All right, sir. Okay, now we're going to resume the hearing, right, Jennifer? Okay, I want to make sure we do this the right way. We are resuming the budget hearing. It is, what's today? December 1st, 2020. It is 9:30. Today we have the Regional Sewer District. Since we're streaming audio only, could you introduce everybody? We're what? We're doing video too?
Yes.
Did we do video yesterday?
Yes.
I'm so confused.
Well, I'll introduce us anyways. I'm Tiffany Magg, Director of Environmental Services, and with me today I have Eric McPeak, the Deputy Director of Operations, and also Gina DeWitt. She is our Fiscal, Utility Billing, and Administrative Supervisor.
Okay.
So with that, we'll go ahead and get started here. I think you guys should have a copy of the presentation in front of you, so you can, feel free to ask any questions, either, of course, during or after the fact. If you have anything that comes up after the fact, I'm sure we'll get one to Barb as well. So as far as our revenues, starting kind of at the top there, the capacity fees, we've actually done really well this year on capacity fees. We budgeted $6.5 million. And we're forecasting to be at $8.6 million, a little over $2 million above what we had budgeted. We did have a really strong year through the pandemic. We just saw a flurry of new construction and taps coming in, and it was almost as busy as we've been in a really long time. We actually had, through November 20th, 1,115 new taps that were paid for. At the same time, last year we were at 662, so we're almost double where we were in 2019 for the same time period. Also, that didn't include $536,000 in tap credits, so we actually would have been at about $2.6 million over what we had budgeted. So really strong year on the tap fees. Going through to the inspection fees there, obviously that's very close to what we budgeted, as well as the plan review fees, very close to what we budgeted as well, so nothing really to report on those. On the user fees, that was of course, due to the higher number of taps that came in, so we had more user fees. And then the other sources was a little short, and that is because of the Clark-Shaw surcharge that comes in from the Community Authority is brought in as a revenue on this line, and then it's taken out as an expense on this line, and it was $230,000 short of what they had given us as a budget. We basically asked them for that number, plugged that number in, and then it's just a pass-through. So they were, because of being $230,000 short, we're short on the other sources, but then also have a lower services and charges number as well. So going down to the operating expenses, nothing really to point out on the services and charges or the materials and supplies. These were both just about a 10% over budget from last year because of that Clark-Shaw surcharge being included in this one. It's actually about $400,000 under budget. Materials and supplies, I think we've done a good job of just kind of tightening things up, coming in a little under budget there. And then the salaries and benefits, the $443,000 is mainly due to vacancies. We had quite a few vacancies in our mostly union positions, collections techs, maintenance techs, relief operators. And we'll talk a little bit about that on our staffing slide. Any questions on any of that?
I assume you'll get into it, but 2021, just how
so
looks going forward, because it was a remarkable year, considering everything that was going on, the number of units that came online.
Right, yeah, it was surprising actually. So talking about 2021 here, and looking at the capacity fees, we're taking, I think, what we're calling a minimally conservative approach to next year. We are budgeting 785 new connections, which is 90 more than we budgeted in 2020. So
I think that's conservative?
I think it may be just based on how busy we still are. I would anticipate we would hit that number again. I mean, I think the apartments that are coming online are really contributing quite a bit. I'll talk about that on the next slide. I have this broken down number by number and kind of showing you what we've seen come in this year. And some of the commercial areas out on like Liberty Sawmill, like that Schottenstein's complex, as well as the apartment that they have over there, near that Ohio State Medical Center. Those things are seeming to keep popping up every year, and they contribute a significant amount of ERUs. So inspection fees, as well as plan review fees, this is a number that we take every year and kind of split it out as a 75%, 25% number. So it's right in line with, just a minimal increase from last year. User fees, this is a number that's increasing from $35.10 per month to $36.20 per month on February 1st. So that's with the resolution that you guys passed a couple years ago, continuously increasing that user fee number. And then the other sources, that once again has that Clark-Shaw surcharge included. And they had budgeted, Gina, I believe it was what, 700,000?
For 2021, it's
700,000 for 2021, so that's in this line as a revenue and this line as an expense, which I think is really, it may be a overly optimistic number based on what we saw last year in that area. That's almost one of the slower areas that we're seeing grow, but I double checked with them a couple times, and they wanted to keep that number where it was, so we put it in there, and either way, it's kind of a wash to us. It's a pass-through number, so hopefully they do, continue forward that strong. And then on the services and charges, this, once again, I think if it is this high, it would be because of that Clark-Shaw surcharge, because our numbers are the services and charges that we're budgeting from our office are just above where we were this year, and well below where we were budgeted for in 2020. And then materials and supplies, we really tightened this number up over the past couple years. We're actually below what we budgeted in 2020 and what we forecast to finish at for the rest of this year in actuals. So really, tried hard to keep that at a flat line or less.
Tiffany, is your services and charges down this year a lot because of the Clark-Shaw?
Yes. Well, there's 230,000 that they were below this year, so that number would have been 4.3 million.
Okay.
So the budget that we're bringing in to this number is below 4.3 million. And we're at probably what, 4.2, Gina, and then the other 700,000 is theirs.
Since we're on this page, the inspection fees, we raised those substantially a few years ago, and the agreement we had with the BIA was we'd cover our cost. Do we do an annual reevaluation? I know one was done by another department about 15 months ago that was inaccurate, but are you guys making sure that the revenue coming in is covering our cost of inspecting?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we actually keep track of that hour by hour, not only for the inspection personnel, but also for the equipment. When we have like a CCTV truck out there or cleaning equipment, we track all the hours on all of that equipment to make sure that we are covering our expenses. And if we're not, we do still request additional money from the developer.
Have you guys, I know we went to that lump sum. Has that worked out good, Gina?
It has, yeah. In the next 2 slides, I'll show you what the financial return is on that. But yes, we do ask for additional money. We don't just eat the cost if it goes above.
Well, I guess we raised the inspection fees 7, 8 years ago to cover, I think we're talking about the same thing?
I'm talking about we don't return any of the inspection fees back to them anymore.
I guess I'm talking about the permit fees that,
Oh,
okay, that the BI, then they come out and do electrical, maybe we're talking apples and oranges here.
yeah, I think that'll be the next one with building safety.
Okay,
We'll talk more
very
about
well.
the fees on that.
Okay.
Yep. So then salaries and benefits, I'll show you in a couple slides. We're looking to fill those vacancies, of course. So it is higher than the actuals this year, but those actuals are lower because we have, I think, 5 or so vacancies left right now. So any other questions on this one? So talking more about the revenues and kind of breaking these down, we are at 1,099 new taps this year, budgeting 785 for next year. So kind of talking more about where those numbers come from, that's 90 more connections than what we had budgeted for this year. And as far as plan sets, we've basically approved the same number of plan sets this year at this same period of time as we had last year, which makes us think that it will be, close to these same numbers. The 785 feels like it is a little bit conservative because things are still moving on new developments that would be tapping in next year in our office. Also, I mentioned the tap fee credits that were included in those numbers. The Clarkshaw area I've mentioned has had less connections in 2020 than they anticipated, but it sounds like they really expect to be ramping up next year in that area. Also, the large apartment complexes in 2020, we had 173 ERUs from Liberty Summit, 235 from Liberty Grand, and then 53 from the residences at Orange Grand. Most of those have paid tap fees, and we expect to see similar developments next year. Capacity fees are the same for next year. User fees do increase. So any questions on that? Do you feel like that's kind of an appropriate place for us to be at the 785 connections for next year, or any thoughts or comments?
Our user fees at $36.20, do we do annual surveys of the other sewer user charges of the other districts? Because I know
We
a
haven't
couple of years
since-
ago, we were well below just about
Yeah,
all the
we
others.
haven't since that financial model that we completed, and kind of looking at where we were relative to other communities. Of course, our tap fees were higher, but our user fees were less. And so that's why we kind of look to ramp that up. We get to $39 is the user fee in, what year is it, Gina?
2024.
2024, and that's when the resolution that you guys have passed runs out. And we would need to, at that time, probably look again to where do we want to go in the future? What do we need in the funds to be able to do that?
You did a resolution for 6-7 years, a few years back. I can't remember exact length.
Took us from, 33 to 39 by annual increments of about $1.
I think, isn't Sunbury Galena, or isn't Galena at like 50-some dollars?
They used to be at like 58 or 59, and I'm sure with the new plant, they're probably even higher.
Yeah, and the city of Delaware is north of 50, aren't they?
Theirs is a little harder because it's combined water and sewer, but
Right, okay.
The goal is to cover our cost
And provide capital for.
and provide, yes, but that also comes from tap
Tap
fees
fees
as
too,
well.
Sure.
So I guess the answer, are we doing that? And you're
Yeah,
looking out 5-10 years, are we in position to do that? Because what we don't want to do is get down 10-15 years from now and we don't have the money there to, as we start having to repair and replace. And
yeah, we continuously update that financial model for that 15-year outlook, and that is worked into all the numbers that you see here. We'll talk a little bit more on one of the future slides about bonding next year, now that we have a lot of these really large projects going forward, like the Lower Alum Creek Pump Station and OECC Headworks project. Those are large capital dollar projects. We've been working with Joe Crea on that model and kind of looking at, what does that look like over the next 5 or so years? How much money do we need to bond? And that all is worked into these rates as well.
planning on bonding the new plant?
What's modeling in the numbers?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, that's included. I'll talk about that in a couple of slides as well. Oh, man, can't see the background there. Eric, I'll just mention this and I'll turn it over to you. So on this area over here, if you flip to that slide, you can see it better where we are financially with those inspection fees that we receive. We do not remit back to the developers anymore because we do more work on our side and basically take some of that work off of them. This year, in 2020, the net inspection fees received are $620,000. That's just through today. Previously, when we did remit funds back to the developers, it was in the nature of, somewhere around $150,000 a year that we would send back. So that is money that we now keep and do the work ourselves. And we'll talk a little bit about that with the staffing of specifically the collections department, because they're doing the majority of this work.
So as Tiffany mentioned, we have 5 vacant positions coming into 2021 that we need to fill. 4 of those have to do with, 3 with collections and 1 with inspectors that have a lot to do with development, approval of construction, final approval before they're allowed to, tap in and start building. We've seen some really good internal results from quality of the construction that we get out of that, so we're going to keep working that way. We really need to staff those positions, so we'll be backfilling those. We have 1 new position budgeted for 2021. That's a lab manager. We're working with Nationwide right now to build the lab out at North Star treatment plant, and that will get all the package plant samples. So we'll have 3 labs that are active. We also do quality requirements and regulatory requirements from the EPA that take up a lot of time and effort spread over a few people. So a lab manager will be able to do all this work, increase the quality, and also decrease the amount of samples that we have to send out to an outside lab. So we'll increase our internal production, and it'll go right into what we've been working for operational efficiency and internal knowledge that we've been building over the last few years on top of what we already had. The vehicle leases really haven't changed much. We're adding a few more enterprise vehicles this year, and our parts and asset inventory, we have at 71,000. Central cost allocation, I don't believe is up that much, but it's estimated at 402,000. That's our internal expenditure within the county departments. We have building improvements at OECC. That's separate from the progressive design build that we approved that you all approved yesterday. We'll go into that a little bit, but that is building envelope fixes, the siding, some repairs around windows that need to be done to help protect the assets that are inside. This will last hopefully for another 25, 30 years, but it's time. It's probably beyond time in some parts of it. We have budgeted for the fiber optic. We'll wait to hear how the fiber optic project ends up going. But we're really looking at getting fiber to Cheshire pump station before the roundabout goes in, and then Lower Saybah needs connectivity as the flow starts to build up. We budgeted for that. Hopefully that goes through. So, and then as far as budget reductions, I think current management team, without any cost-saving measures over the past several years, we've all worked together to get into some things, major purchases, some overdue renovations and rehabilitations, as well as operational efficiency gains. We've gotten through several changes, management and data and things like that. And now we're able to focus, I think, more on the things that are really going to be, we're going to fine-tune how we do things. Basically, there's 15 object codes that comprise of 35% of our entire budget. A lot of those are fixed prices for the most part, insurance, OPERS, wages, things like that. But 9 of those object codes comprise of 14% of our budget. That falls into biosolids, utilities, chemicals, supplies, repairs, equipment, maintenance, things like that. Those are things that we're going to focus a lot more on in the next year, and we've already started to revamp our asset management process and start doing, we're able to collect more data in our work order system. So things like surprises 15 years down the road, where we're going to have unknown repairs, we're trying to get away from that and be more proactive and get into preventive maintenance. So that's where we're really going to be focusing for budget, reductions, and also truing what we're spending and making sure our budget lines up with actually what we need. An example, the bioxide that we've been working on the past several years, we've dropped it $240,000 a year since 2016, and we've seen that cost flatline slightly, but we're still able to do improvements. We put in automatic chemical dispersion at Maxtown. When it rains, we don't need bioxide, so we shut that off. Also installing Armor Rock manholes at the fallouts for the pump stations. H2S corrodes concrete, that's what comes out of the force mains. Armor Rock is a product that's a resin-based product, and it doesn't have that issue. It's a newer product, and we're able to take advantage of that. That'll pay dividends in the future. But as an example of the efforts we've been making have been working, we're going to keep that going, and we're also going to, start to hone in and get a little bit more surgical with our costs and what we're spending. Allen Creek, we'll talk about this more later, we've actually realized some electrical savings because of the automated DO that we put in, which is a great thing, and we'll see more in 2021. And we also have no major equipment purchases in 2021.
So I wanted to have a quick slide here to talk about the master plan that was completed, and just kind of show you where we are with things from a visual perspective. So this is the master plan, one of the figures that were, that were included in there with all of the recommended projects. So you can see there's projects all over the district. This was back before we started any projects. So where we are today is shown by color coding the map here. Anything shown in pink, we've already completed. Anything shown in orange is currently in construction and will be completed in 2021. And then the yellow is in design right now, the green is in preliminary design. So you can see the majority of the map is at least started, if not already finished. So I think that's, really important, as we look at what we might need to bond in the next few years financially is, we're really getting into the meat of that master plan and getting into some of the really expensive portions of those construction projects over the next 5 or so years. So looking at that model, we've updated, the 2021 numbers here, estimating $7.45 million to be spent in 2021 on the O&M projects and $20.7 million on the development projects. Majority of that is for the Lower Alum Creek pump station and also the Peach Blow pump, the new Peach Blow pump station, that's an upgrade as well. Those are estimated to be complete in 2021 with the construction, so the bulk of the cost will be in those. And the one thing I wanted to point out is on the capital spending here, down the bottom right-hand of the slide, this is where we're looking at potentially bonding $35 million in 2021. That would be for these projects as well as anticipating the OECC Headworks construction costs to start hitting in the next couple years. And then we show second bonds of $15 million and $35 million. Those kind of remain to be seen when they're going to be needed. We've plugged in where we think Central Alum Creek is going to hit, but until we really know, we don't know when we need this money. So I think we would just continue to forecast that out and do that second bond when the time is right.
Do we have any bonds that are expiring, or?
Well, yeah, I wanted to,
We have one that's expiring within the next 2 to 3 years, and the other one is not until 2038.
how much do we have in outstanding debt?
There's a budget sheet in their special revenue that is just the debt retirement. It's the first one in their section.
Which section?
It would be the tab that's the last one, whereas enterprise funds, it shows that their debt retirement payment is $3.6 million.
Well, that's the payment, debt service. I'm curious what the balance is.
Right, yeah, so we pay that annually, but you said how many more, and it's what, half and half, isn't it? It's like 1.6 and 2 or something from the two different ones.
Because that will dictate how much you can borrow.
Right.
I think originally we've borrowed about 40-some million, and I think it's paid down to 20-something now.
Yeah, it could be. We could look into that. Joe Correa right now is working on a memo for us that he wants to make sure that we get by the first of the year, or shortly after the first of the year, to start looking at this bond, the upcoming 2021 bond, what that may look like, what our current, capacity is, on being able to bond additional funds and,
What our cash reserves are that we could use some of.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know Tiffany, you guys have done that, Joe calls it the pay-go model, so you're paying cash for, what was it, like 50% of capital, and the other
Right.
50 you're bonding. And as Commissioner Bennett said, if your reserves are going up, because we've had good years, maybe that maybe there's more cash available to pay.
Exactly, reduce the debt. That's exactly the same thing we're trying to do with the Career Center, because we're going to have to borrow some money for that, most likely. So same thing, but just different different funds.
Right. So I would expect sometime in January, we'll be ready to maybe meet or, you know, just get you guys that memo and start to get some feedback on moving forward.
And it's going to be
with the bond.
important looking out to beyond the next year, you know,
Right.
23, 24 and beyond, because again, we've got to always do that tug of war between capacity and rating and so
Yeah.
on.
Yep, exactly. And that's kind of what Joe and Gina and I had talked about last week was we would anticipate that second bond to be less, just based on the development needs and the project timing, maybe further out as well in time, but most likely less just because there's still a lot of projects hanging out there that really we may not need for another 10 years, and that those will get pushed out further. So that'll all be included when we look at doing that bond. Gina and I have worked pretty closely with Joe to make sure that we're giving him realistic projections on all of these projects, when they actually will hit, versus when we did the master plan in 2016 and thought, oh yeah, this timing looks right. Well, we've really done a good job of making sure that that's updated with, you know, an appropriate time frame on those.
So make sure the cash flow's there to support what we're doing
Yep,
and
and still maintain our rating.
maintain our rating and I guess these are revenue bonds against revenue coming in. And so it just seeing that 10, 15 years out to make sure we're in good position. And then getting back to, we have to start replacing major things. What about the pipes in the ground? Do those last 50 years, 100 years?
They can last
Yeah,
decades and 100 years is no problem.
Because it won't be us worrying about it, but
And
at
that's
some
why
point,
we're really focusing on, and we have been, but maintaining the assets and getting proactive and preventative maintenance, you know, that way it keeps going and doesn't.
those will last longer if you do appropriate preventive maintenance.
Yes.
Now, do you replace them, or do you just put another pipe inside those, or how does that, what's the,
Yes.
yeah, it just depends on the
Depends on-
situation, yeah. You could.
that'd be very expensive, have to literally dig them up and replace them. I guess that's probably impossible.
You can slip line them, you know, downtown cities do that quite a bit, or install new abandoned place. It just really depends on the situation, the cost, and all that.
So if you had an issue now, one that was leaking, you would just put something inside?
Well, right now, when we have a leaking,
We have a crew that can do repair sleeves on like point repairs. If it's, you know, really bad, they can dig it up and replace. It's just a matter of where the laterals are and, you know, what the situation is for that specific piece of pipe.
Yeah, I'm going to say this as a compliment. You always seem to have the answers to the questions that we ask. You always seem to be thinking down the road, and I think you're thinking similar to how we look at it and making sure that we are in a position that we have the appropriate cash flow, and that's a compliment to you, so I just want to pull that out.
I'll go through these pretty quickly. The OACC project is going to be new headworks. The areas that we're working on are highlighted with that yellow dash line, and the aeration tanks. Right now, the projected estimate is $35 million. Peterson was awarded this, and they're looking at one-year design. We'll have a GMP by the fall of 2021. And then construction will be 2 years, depending on what we run into. They've done some due diligence prior to even being awarded this on their own when they were going after it to make sure our utility corridor is possible. It's also the most cost effective. And they're looking into repurposing some of our existing infrastructure. It's kind of a long shot, but if it works, it would save a decent amount of funds and certainly schedule if we can do it. But we just, you all approved that yesterday, so we're looking forward to getting that started. If you have any questions on these as we're going through, just please ask. Alum Creek, we have the mixer project that's in substantial completion, clarifier project that's underway. That GMP was approved yesterday as well. This has helped with electrical costs, increased operational efficiency. That plant is running, the aeration system at least is running better than it ever has. And just as a reminder, I know we talked about this a lot. 7 years ago, we started down the road. We were told by the EPA we had to replace the filters. We looked into it. It was going to be $7 to $12 million capital job. Realized, wait a minute, that's not where our critical areas are. And then once we reviewed everything else, we don't need filters, and they've agreed with us on that. So when we're done with this and everything's operational, they're gonna let us decommission the filters. So we save on that capital project, and then also the long-term O&M, which is, you know, several $1,000s a year. Those filters are extremely labor intensive. So that's where we're at with Mountain Creek. And then the package plant project, we're at 30% design on these with recommendations to move to full design. Lower Scioto, the biggest thing with that, there's some electrical issues that need to be upgraded to comply with NFPA, and some step feed to the aeration is what we're going to be looking at there, just because the flow is so much less than what it was designed for. There's issues with treating it with the existing infrastructure. So more flow will be better for Lower Scioto. Tartan Fields, we're getting back to the design ERUs because of the way it was built. There were hydraulic bottlenecks. We fixed some of those. We've gotten some more capacity back. We're going to do some influent pump station work and change the way we do the treatment there a little bit.
It seems we're always upgrading Tartan Fields. You know, we're always doing something down there. Is it just poorly built, poorly designed? I mean, we spent like a couple $1 million, $1.5 million, 5-6 years ago.
That was the filters. That was the filters, yes. And that actually, the filters have allowed us, the filters are the most robust piece of this. Everything else is now the bottleneck. Not everything else, but we're slowly weeding those things out. Yes.
So I guess I'm looking for reassurance. Are these problems that are about to go away, or are we gonna? It just seems like it just continues. It's like a soap opera.
Right, yes.
And
Yeah,
it's-
this evaluation needed to be done years ago. You know, I think the developer out there, David Hayde, was very anxious to get additional taps in, and there was just bottlenecks in the plant that needed to be addressed. And so that's what we did with this evaluation, and that's what this project will do.
And Tartan it's at that design line. This is what we're trying to get away from, is to know when this stuff is going out. You know, the blower upgrades at that plant probably should have been done 5 or 10 years ago.
It should have been designed differently.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is always that, yes, yeah. But it's had a long run, and along with increasing capacity, we'll be upgrading the equipment.
Well, as I recall, we had increased capacity we identified at that plant. You know, we now used that up, or is it still there?
Increased capacity with this
At
project?
Tartan?
Yeah, we have an agreement with David Hayde for him to have some additional taps of that available capacity, and then the remainder, you know, at that time when this is finished.
Remaining belongs to us,
Yes.
because we had that debate.
Yeah, it still does belong to us. I believe he's paying for those taps, right? He's just.
But I
getting
think
the
we had
rights
room
to
for some
buy
growth
them.
down there, which theoretically would generate additional revenue.
Yes.
Go
So
ahead.
along those lines, we looked at Cider Reserve the same way. We started looking at, okay, this place needs rehabilitated. We got into it and saw the cost. The 20-year O&M costs are about $11 million. That's quite a bit for half a million gallons a day in flow. That's a lot of money to spend for that. So we went down the road of looking at, okay, let's take Cider Reserve offline, turn it into a pump station, send that flow to Lower Scioto, which was a hypothesis a long time ago. We could do this, right? Decade, about 10 years ago. So we look back into that. The issue is one of the issues is we have to provide Cider Reserve with irrigation water. How do we do that? So we looked at alternatives, install wells, which are going to be expensive, and then we have to do upkeep to clean the water up there. So we landed on decommissioning Cider Reserve plant, building a pump station, sending that flow to Lower Scioto. Lower Scioto will then send effluent to Cider Reserve for irrigation water, and that's actually ended up being the lowest.
Is that what we're doing?
That's what we're planning on doing.
Because I didn't think that's what we're doing. Right now, the plant's still in.
That plant is still up and
Yeah.
operational, but instead of spending $5 million in upgrading that and then still have to run a plant.
So when you look here at the financials, the lowest cost alternative was to do what Eric just described. Decommission Scioto Reserve, take the flow up to Lower Scioto, bring the effluent back. Scioto Reserve, if we wanted to keep that plant and upgrade it, the first phase alone is $5.2 million, the second phase is $6.5 million. Actually, I think that's the O&M cost, but there is a second phase. That's another $3 or $5 million
That's right.
above this number. So it just didn't make sense to upgrade that plant. You know, there's
But
not.
the cost of sending that effluent back across the rivers west, then
Right, that's in this number, the 6.2 million.
we have all the license or whatever we need to accomplish that, or?
Yeah, yes, we do. And there's actually already a pipe under the reservoir for that effluent. They set up that pipe as a third pipe that's currently not being used. So we'll
And
just have
increase
to
the
tap into
capacity at
that.
Lower South is a positive as well, I would.
To send more
Yeah.
flow there, yes, that's a definite positive right now for treatment, because the limits there are stringent. Yeah.
So that's the plan. We're going to get into a design contract, after the first of the year with our consultant to start moving on design of this project.
I have one more question. I guess because I've been involved in this for a little longer, and I still don't understand a lot of it, I'll be the first to admit that. But when the first couple of years as commissioner, the constant debate about what our capacity was, and it was based on 295 gallons. And I kept asking questions about that. How close to maximum capacity are we, or do we have still a considerable amount of room for growth at these current plants?
So Scioto Reserve is pretty close to its
Yeah,
upper limits, right, Eric?
it is.
Um,
But there's also not much more development.
I'm talking about the big plants, not
I mean,
Big plants?
Lower Scioto is well underutilized. I mean, obviously, there's not much that has actually, been developed out there yet. So that one, it makes a lot of sense to do this option. OECC, that's kind of the purpose of this new project, is to eventually get that capacity. We're going to be doubling the capacity within the next 10 or so years. Alum Creek, I think we're underutilized there.
Yeah, we're about, I think, half or less than half, but it's the way that area's growing, it's, and now that we've done these upgrades, we're ready for that flow.
Okay, how do you define capacity? I used to hear divide by 295 gallons, which is a number that I never believed. I guarantee the development community doesn't believe it. And that number really determines what the capacity for these plants are.
Well, so we've done a lot of flow metering in the area. We own a bunch of flow meters, and now that we have Julie McGill on staff, she does a lot of hydraulic modeling for the entire system. And she does she sees in the numbers that it is closer to the 290 because of the rain that enters the system, and just some of that with the deterioration of older pipes and areas like that. She says we really do see 290 gallons per day in a lot of these systems. So I think that number is good, and we haven't really wavered from using that number, but we're able to model specific areas of the system and see how much capacity do we have left for the future. In a much different manner than previously. I think there was a spreadsheet model that was used that's overly conservative because it looks at the system as if everything were operating in that spreadsheet at the same time. Well, a model simulating in a computer world is a dynamic way to look at, what are the inputs from this area, the actual inputs from these areas, and not just what a spreadsheet says that you could contribute to these areas. So the way that we're doing it now is it's much more, cutting edge, and really it's the way that you look at these systems, and then you can tell what the actual available capacity really is. Like, for example, we have a developer that'll come in and say, hey, I want to build a residential hotel in this area, but it was zoned for, 4 units per acre or 2 units per acre, whatever the case may be. Can I get a capacity letter for that? Well, we'll run a simulation based on actual flow data, or if we don't have actual flow data, we'll go throw the flow meters out there and get the data. And then we can tell them either yes or no, we have that capacity in the system. So it's really more of like an area by area analysis that we perform on a daily basis with Julie and Mason.
And it's based on your peaks. If you have a lot of rain getting into the lines or whatever, and during a heavy, that affects
Right.
the numbers. So. And we're working to try to improve those situations, or where we can.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. That's all worked into the financial model and where we've put those projects in there. So on just kind of a quick update on the pump station projects, this has been an area that we've spent a lot of time over the past 4 or so years. The Hyatt's Road pump station is pretty much complete. I think it's going to be finished before the end of this year. Cheshire pump station is still in construction. It's looking really good. This is the building here. So you can see that it's kind of going down the home stretch there of being wrapped up in 2021. This is the inside of that station as well, Cheshire. And then Berlin Business Park Pump Station, we're kind of just on hold a little bit until we see what happens with the zoning. Economic development is kind of keeping us in the loop on what's happening with that overlay, and once we're given the go-ahead, we'll go full steam ahead on design of that pump station. Berkshire Township, things have slowed a little bit here, but we do have funds for design in 2021 if that were to get ready to move forward. Peach Blow Pump Station, we just got into contract on that, and we'll be constructing that through 2021. Same thing with Lower Alum Creek. Construction will be through 2021, possibly into 2022 on that project. And then ODNR Pump Station, I think we're not really sure whether or not this is going to move forward, but we do have some funds in case if it does. And then just a quick update on Central Alum Creek. So we have been making some progress on this. This is kind of the same slide from last year because we haven't had a lot of discussions with the Army Corps over the past year. What we did was we used the hydraulic model to figure out how can we serve the Berlin Business Park without this plant. And the results were that we can send the flow down to our existing Alum Creek plant until Berlin Business Park gets about 50% of the way built out. And then we need the plant. So we're kind of just figuring out what's that timing that we will need the Central Alum Creek plant. And then how do we get approval? So we started working with a developer that was interested in, I'm going to go forward a slide then come back. A developer that was interested in building an apartment complex right here. This is on North Old State, on the east branch of Alum Creek Reservoir. So they wanted to build an apartment complex here, and they came in and said, well, how can we get sewer service? I said, well, we have nothing in the area, so we'll need to figure this out. And what we started to do is we started to work with ODOT on trying to get approval to hang a force main across the bridge, so that we could completely avoid the Army Corps altogether. Because that was their real hang-up, was how are we going to get through this area without impacting their boaters and their trees and all of the things that they do in this area that really are protected activities. So we met with ODOT a couple times, and ODOT actually gave us preliminary approval to we're going to hang 2 force mains on the bridge. One.
Oh, we already done that. Have we have done that yet?
Not in this area, no.
In this area?
No. So the apartment developer will hang a small force main for their needs to go over here to the East Alum Creek pump station. At the same time, we'll hang a bigger force main that would eventually redirect this pump station back to Central Alum Creek, so that we can get all of it done at once under this approval and get out of the ODOT right away. So we're really excited about this because it allows us to just completely avoid the Army Corps altogether and maybe not have to jump through as many hoops when we do want to build the plant. So that's something that we've been working on, and once that zoning gets approved for this apartment developer who is also a pipeline contractor, they'll start going forward with that project. And then on the other side of Alum Creek, of course, the Berlin Business Park project, this would be kind of the other key to getting flows up to Central Alum Creek. After this pump station is built, for the near term, it'll flow down to Alum Creek Treatment Plant, but in the future, it would be redirected up to Central Alum Creek Treatment Plant, wherever that ends up being located, once we kind of figure out what's happening with the zoning moving forward in that area.
So you're saying located, so the current property involved may not be the location?
I think it can be. It's just a matter of how do we get the flows in and avoid Army Corps. So we're kind of working through that. That'll be our plan in 2021 is, does it make sense to take a force main up and around and into the plant and then pump the effluent back up? I think there's some options there. I think, whether we pump the flow down to that plant site or pump the flow up to a different site and then that site becomes developable ground maybe. I think we need to work through that.
Just real quick, we'll go to the transfer station. Our fund balance is $2.3 million. And we have a budgeted revenue for 2021 of just slightly over $260,000, which is similar to what it was in 2020. Overall, Rumpke has seen during the coronavirus downturn and all that, a drop they've seen higher peaks, daily peaks for volume coming in, but overall, month to month, we've just seen it, I think October was back to normal. Flow has dropped, and they think it has a lot to do with businesses still being closed, and, commercial waste being down. But, so we're gonna go ahead and budget flat revenue, hopefully we see more. They're actually gonna be, in the lower picture here is their compactor. We talked about this a little bit. They're gonna be installing that this weekend. They were gonna have to shut down Saturday, but they worked it out. They're gonna work through Friday night, and they won't have to shut down. That'll help with pushing flow through here, so as they establish themselves more in the area, and they're new to the pump station, they're new to the transfer station, so the idea would be that they can be able to direct more business over the years. We can push more flow through the existing transfer station while they start building a new one. We are done with negotiations. I think there's just some paperwork that needs cleaned up right now, and we'll have hopefully those documents as soon as they're ready for you all to approve. So we're going to be moving forward on that. Construction for that, it just depends on what they end up doing. It could be, I'd anticipate getting started sometime in 2021 and being done early 2022 at the latest, I'd hope, or sometime in the middle of the year. And again, we're looking at the new transfer station. The picture up there is a rendering that they gave us. It won't look exactly like that, but it will be something like that right on 42.
Are we going to be asking for any grant money from the solid waste district?
Grant money. So I talked to Rumpke a little bit about, they are interested in potentially looking into grants for some of the stuff that they may be doing in the future. I'm not sure if we'll qualify, but if there's something like DKMM that's coming out, I don't know what they have coming out in the way of grants. I know that they're trying to push a hazardous waste collection program. They talked about that in the DKMM call that it was about a month ago. So I don't know where that's going to lead. The transfer station is a potential site for that, the existing one, with most of the existing infrastructure and also being able to provide recycling for residents.
I think the more likely request would be for like a customer, resident drop-off area to help, for grants for that. I mean, we've looked at it. When you add cash to the DVFO agreement, it really doesn't change the gate rate very much at all.
Right.
So I think it'd be better to look at and that's kind of the feeling too you get from DKMM is they don't want to fund municipal solid waste hauling. They want to do the recycling and things like that. So.
Okay.
So with that, take any questions. Sorry, we're over on time.
I see Dwayne out there.
Yeah, so we're gonna give them 10 minutes for theirs.
No, good presentation. You really understand your numbers. That's so helpful during this budget process, obviously. So thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think we'll go ahead and maybe reintroduce ourselves since we got a new group here. I'm Tiffany Mag, Director of Environmental Services.
Jamie, Building Safety Coordinator.
You could take your mess.
Yeah.
We're streaming and it's hard, it's easier to hear, so.
Dwayne Matlack, Building Safety.
Okay, you ready?
Go right ahead.
Okay, so this is just a review of where we're at this year. So you can see a little bit that our revenues are up from where they should be at this time of the year, and our expenditures are a little low. You know, our salary, we did not fill a couple of positions that we did propose. So we were proposing that we fill a deputy director and then a building inspector position. And we decided that the deputy director was not needed. And then the building inspector, we would still like to hire, but with COVID and everything going on, we did not fill that position this year. Then, you know, our materials and supplies are down. That, I mean, that could be because of COVID. We haven't had as many people in the office. So, you know, we haven't needed as many supplies, and we didn't need code books this year as many as we anticipated, so that was a big chunk there. PPE, we actually had not as many boot orders as we usually do, so that could be due to, you know, we are down a little bit in inspections because we're doing virtual, so there hasn't been a need there. Any questions on that?
Yeah, what's been overall the level of activity versus what you expected? And that'll lead into next year's projections.
The beginning of the year was kind of steady. So we're probably down maybe 1% or 2% during the first half of the year. Took a little bit of dip there late second quarter. Late first quarter. Starting in the second quarter, things began to come back. They have come back with a vengeance, I'll say. We are, at this point in time, I think we're going to see a 20% increase over last year.
20%, really?
Total.
Okay.
We have been up, I think our last one, we were up like 68% on the year for residential homes. At this point in time, I counted this morning, there are 60 in the queue waiting to be reviewed. That has not let up at all. We've had a significant amount of commercial, multifamily is a lot of that. And there are more projects slated for next year. So our inspections based on that have not taken as big of an increase as our permitting, and we suspect that there's a bottleneck, that sales have are higher than what the ability to construct buildings are at this point in time, whether it's labor, COVID-related materials not being able to be obtained. I know there's one project that they took it to foundations, and they're going to set on it for a while to see if lumber prices come down, just because it's a huge effect on the cost of construction on those. So.
You guys have some slides that show the permit.
Yeah,
history.
yeah, we
Okay.
have some.
Okay, good.
So for next year, overall, we're only proposing a 3% increase in our revenues. You know, it's going to be hard to determine what happens next year, like Dwayne just said, with the cost of materials going up, people are sitting on projects. So, I mean, COVID this year could catch up with us next year, but as far as expenditures, we are showing a decrease of 0.33% overall from this year. That's just a comparison over our last year's fairly steady increase in our revenues. You know, we haven't gone down much, and we just keep getting busier with permits and there's a lot going on right now, and our expenditures, you can see, we're going to show, like I said, a decrease for next year.
I think, as we've talked in the past, and I think when you guys worked with the BIA, the point is, I think, it's to try to hit where you're not pulling money out of the general fund, but you're not also putting so much money in the general fund from the builders and stuff like that. And you can see, and I know Commissioner Merrill never got his lunch on this, but you can see on the impact slide that you guys have been steadily returning, $250,000 this year, we close to $400,000 to the general fund, because of your expenses have been less than the revenue.
Yeah, and then, I mean, next year, we're proposing 21,000 back to the general fund, so. These are just some statistics over the past 3 years. I mean, from 2018 to 19, we did show a decrease in residential permits of about 6%. Commercial was up 14% over that year. Then from 2019 until mid-November, from all of last year until mid-November of this year, we're up 11% in our residential permitting and 4% in our commercial permits. Forecasted out to the end of the year, we are expecting to be up about 20% in residential permits and 9% for commercial permits. These are inspections and plan review. It's the same thing, we're expecting to be up 24% over last year in plan review and up 8% in inspections over last year. Do you have anything you want to put?
How would you grade yourself on timeliness of inspections, of the point that it's requested to the point that it's done? Are we doing a good job there?
Yeah, I mean, we are next day still. We have the couple that are, rolled to the second day, but 99% of our inspections are completed the day that they're requested.
That was the complaint going back a number of years, is the BIA, which Mike mentioned, was willing to pay, but everything was taking too long, and there's a cost associated with that. So the agreement was that they'd be willing to pay more if they got quick turnarounds. And I guess the question I'm asking, are they getting quick turnarounds? You're saying yes.
Yeah.
We are still giving them exceptional service.
So that was actually something that I think probably Fred implemented back when that was a concern. They provide a monthly summary spreadsheet of where they are on every single review that they do. And you can see that the turnaround is extremely quick on anything residential. I think the only thing that we've seen lag over the past year would be some of those commercial reviews, and that's because they haven't had anyone in that position. So we've worked hard to increase the compensation on that. We've actually just recently got someone hired who has a little bit less experience, but we're going to get him enough experience that he can start turning those around on a daily or weekly basis, so that those meet that demand that you're looking at.
And frankly, I've heard no complaints, which tells me that it is working.
Yeah, and that is the one area, just because they have had to outsource a lot of that work, with not having someone on staff. It takes as long as it takes for that company to send it back, sometimes 20 days, and that's something that the developers, I've heard complaints about that, and that's why we worked hard to increase the compensation to get someone in the door in that position. So we should see that change next year.
And we actually, I have our plan review turnaround. So on average, our commercial permits are being turned around in 20 days. Our new homes are being turned around in 12, and then all of our other residential reviews are at about 10 days. So the code states we have 30 days to turn those around, and we're well below that, what the code requires us to be, so.
I will add on to that with the turnaround for the 20 days, with the exceptional amount of plans that we've had coming in of late, that number is higher than the 10 days we would like to see. There is just that amount of work internally to try and get those turned around. We're hoping to see that peak and possibly come back down. And then that also incorporates one of our proposals for additional help.
And then with that, we are proposing some new positions. We do have 3 expected retirements coming up next year. One of our residential plans examiners, a building inspector, and an electrical inspector. So as of right now, on average, our plan reviewers do about 5 reviews a day, our residential plan reviewers. And then our inspectors are completing about 11 inspections a day per inspector. On average, we're doing about 107 inspections a day overall. So if we don't replace these positions and hire new, it's going to be our one plans examiner is going to be doing 11 reviews a day, and then our inspectors are going to be doing on average about 13 with our expected growth next year and the loss of those positions. So, I mean, it's very important that we get our new positions in there to keep up with our turnaround times and getting our next day inspections done, so that way we can keep up with that customer service for the public.
The only comment I'd make is you're the one area that does have a lot of cycles.
Yes.
And you've got to be careful you don't overstaff, because I'll be the first one to tell you, you got to cut. That's where you have to outsource. You can't staff for the peaks. You've got to staff for, and I say that so we don't get ourselves in that kind of position. We know there will be a year, next year or the year after, where we will, permitting needs won't be there and we'll have too many people. And so I don't want to be the one that says we have to cut. So there is a place for outsourcing, is what I'm trying to say.
I
Okay.
agree with that philosophy that, yeah, you don't staff for the peak.
We had some discussions that if, you know, to look at the building, because once again, it's been kind of an anomaly to see the strength in the tap fees and building fees during this. And we've had a discussion that if they move forward with those new positions at the beginning of the year, they have those pending retirements, and when they retire, those positions wouldn't be filled if the building trend started to slow down. So that was kind of, we were anticipating, you know, your thoughts on that, and that was kind of the discussion that we would have, or that would have, and we'd really look at those numbers in the first quarter to see what's, you know, because once again, I think it's kind of taken everybody by surprise, the strength of the building.
Well, it's tough to do. It's tough to, and I recognize that. It's not a science.
No, but yeah, we did purposely, we would like to hire those positions and try and get them up to speed before the retirements, and then we would evaluate whether or not we're going to replace those positions based on if the economy stays the same here or if there's a downturn, or so it gives us a little bit of determining our staffing.
And just here we have some statistics from the ISO, which is the Insurance Services Office. Dwayne gets a nice report every year from them regarding, you know, every state and, you know, what type of work they're doing by population. So Delaware County right now, our department is serving 132,461 people. And the cost per person there is about $19.08. And then our training expenditure is about 3 cents per capita population. So the average number for the state of Ohio population served is around 61,000 with the expenditure of about $29, and then the training's at about 58 cents for the state.
And I guess what that shows is that we run a very lean department. We search out trainings that are low cost. We do have a requirement for each inspector for 30 hours every 3 years. We typically get that through the Central Ohio Code Officials or the Ohio Building Officials Association with membership without a problem. That just kind of shows a comparison of where we stand. And that, one statistic that we had and didn't show, virtual inspections are something we've been utilizing, one, because of need, two, because it works. There was apprehension in doing that, say a year or so ago. We did some, but not to the amount that we're doing now. We did, so far this year, around 2,400 virtual inspections. These could be re-inspections, they could be a footer inspection that is not that extensive. We do inside occupied homes, just because of COVID and trying to keep separation. It is working out very well. Most other entities are doing it now as well. We see that staying with us and becoming more utilized. Where it took a day for somebody a builder, if they had a turn down and they only had a few items to correct, we now can utilize that later in the day. The inspector can get online, do the virtual, look at those few items, and that person can continue their project. So it is cost saving, it saves travel time, it saves man. So that statistic really wasn't in here, but that's some of the newer technologies that are being utilized now.
One of the we've seen that in other activities as well. The positives are you become more efficient, the customer is, has their concerns addressed quicker, and that is a win-win.
Yeah, I mean, we're completing quite a bit of same-day inspections that they're requested because we're doing virtual. So a lot of our furnace change-outs, AC replacements, hot water tanks, anything inside someone's home, if they call in the morning, we will do it the same day, as long as the contractor can be there to do the virtual, so.
And that, just to add to that one, that's one that we've expanded on quite a bit this year. Typically, hot water tank replacements or furnace replacements or emergency change-outs, something's happened, and that's why they get put in. We are working with the contractors now and trying to do that virtual inspection while they're there during the completion of it, so that if something needs to be repaired, they can do it right there while they're on site. And the other portion of that is typically the way it used to be. The on-site would be later. We would be working with the homeowner. It can be frustrating for them, and it just works out a lot better. So.
Good, good.
Do you
Sounds
catch mistakes virtually?
Yes.
Because it just seems like such a
That's the apprehensive.
inexact science.
So, yeah, making sure they're at the same house we're supposed to be at, that they're showing us the things, that we can compare plans to what's going on out there, making sure what they're showing us is the actual situation. So it is working out better than I would have anticipated.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. We got time constraints. Is there anything else that you guys wanted to present? Okay, well, keep up the good work. That's good, good to see the positive activity and efficiencies and everything, so.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's also maybe, between your code compliance and regional sewer, maybe plan after the first quarter to have a meeting just to look at growth and your development, and just, have a work session with the commissioners and get back in and talk about this, because once again, it doesn't seem like it seems like there's a false, that it's not gonna continue. that
Right,
strong,
right.
but-
I mean, it is strong now, and we're all surprised by that.
And we've got to be willing to turn fairly quickly if there is a change. We can't predict that right now because
You know,
of the environment.
Our first retirement is slated for around May
okay.
for residential plans examiners.
And you got to plan for retirements, I fully understand that, so, and you've got to get somebody in early.
Yep.
You
Okay,
think you have trouble finding the people?
I think we've always had issues with finding quality, competent individuals with experience. I would have said 6 months ago it would have been easier to find somebody, but with the strength of the economy, again, it's going to be difficult to draw someone from the construction industry into the inspection side, which is typically where those people come from, just because of how busy everybody is. And I'm sure that wages have increased just because of the lack of people on that side. So it'll probably still be a challenge, but hopefully somebody's out there that will be a good fit.
I see we're going to start that process quickly.
And very possible on the residential plans examiner side, a lot of times it's good to have a senior inspector or something come in that position because of the knowledge that they've gained over the years. Works well with that transition, just because they know how things work. So that may be what happens. We'll see.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the masks, if you don't mind taking those off, because it really helps
Can't
with
hear.
the audio. And we're streaming everything, so it really helps
Yeah.
with the understanding of the conversation. So, again, thank you, and if you want to take it away, Sheriff?
Yeah, Sheriff Russ Martin, Delaware County Sheriff's Office, and to my left, your right, is Chief Deputy John Scowden, and then to my right and your left is our Chief Business Officer, Dean Stelzer. So I have some prepared opening remarks, and then as it unfolds, each Chief Deputy will give some highlights and overviews of their division, and Mr. Stelzer's here, can answer any specific questions you might have about the budget. So that's what our intent is. So if everybody's ready, I guess Commissioner Lewis is, she's streaming with us today?
Participating remotely.
Okay, so we're glad to have her with us as well. Greetings and thanks to the county administrator. I want to thank Mike Fromer and Karen First for their guidance and input in the preparation of our 2021 budget. I also want to thank Dean Stelzer for putting this budget together specifically based upon the input received from our division chiefs, our ongoing strategic plan, and research conducted into previous budgets for the Delaware County Sheriff's Office. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that Tracy Whitehead and Sarah DeNovo helped us prepare and set up yesterday, and I want to thank them both for their work as well. The Delaware County Sheriff's Office is grateful for the opportunity afforded to us today to present not only an overview of our 2021 request, but also a high-level view of how we manage the 2020 budget with highlights from each division chief. Over the course of the next hour, you'll hear summaries from each chief that should capture 2020 highlights and initiatives, along with updates on our strategic plan and continued challenges and opportunities facing the Delaware County Sheriff's Office. As always, we welcome any questions you might have throughout the presentation and at any time. Our chiefs are prepared to answer any operational questions you might have, and our Chief Business Officer is prepared to answer any specific questions you might have directly related to the budget. The advantage of acquiring a Chief Business Officer with over 30 years of public sector budget experience is the relatively short time it took him to understand our budget and, frankly, see things that previously we were unable to capture. So it's been a benefit having Mr. Stelzer with us this year for this budget. If you recall from our previous two budget presentations, the Delaware County Sheriff's Office has been engaged in a 3-year strategic plan with an emphasis on continuing professional development, added layers of supervision and accountability, with an interest in limiting exposure to liability in a very challenging profession and environment while meeting the ongoing challenges we all face in a growing county. The challenges faced this year have been unprecedented in my 40-year career. With the pandemic, growing criticism of our profession, and calls for reform within a year of controversy surrounding a presidential election, I am proud to say that the men and women of the Delaware County Sheriff's Office have responded with remarkable professionalism. We've now begun to realize the impact upon our budget of the 2 previous years' progress within our strategic plan. Despite the loss of nearly 200 years of experience with 7 retirements in 2020, we have seen the least amount of turnover in our correction staff in the last decade. That's always a question that comes up and one that we deal with. We have added several additional supervisors to oversee an ever-increasing younger workforce and have backfilled vacancies with the patrol ranks based upon promotional advancement and retirement, with an ambitious goal of moving forward and filling current vacancies in a shorter timeline. We can address those if you have questions also. The budget before you has no new positions than was presented to you in 2020. The final budget reflects the filling of those vacancies remaining from 2020, with a hold on fulfilling our 3-year strategic plan in light of financial uncertainties brought on from the pandemic. Frankly, our 3-year strategic plan has turned into a 5-year strategic plan. A lot of that as a result of COVID. In early 2020, the executive team will meet with a moderator as we revisit our strategic plan to make sure we are adjusting to demands upon the office, as well as making sure we are capturing efficiencies. At this time, I'll turn over the presentation to Chief Deputy John Scowden to provide an overview of the Operations Service Division.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm John Scowden. I would like to thank you for allowing me to come today to highlight the area of the Sheriff's Office that is under my responsibility, and that would be the Operations Services Division. Our division is broke down into 3 groups that are supervised by either a captain or a civilian supervisor. The Patrol Bureau is one of the largest in the Sheriff's Office and consists of a captain, 3 lieutenants, and 6 sergeants who supervise 39 deputies, 3 canine handlers, and 1 weight enforcement deputy. The investigations section consists of the General Bureau detectives, the property and automated fingerprint identification section, and the multi-agency drug task force. The Detective Bureau and the multi-agency drug task force each have a sergeant who supervises 23 detectives and civilian staff between them. Many of those detectives are task force officers from other jurisdictions, state, federal, and local, municipal. The last area is the analyst with 1 supervisor and a 2nd analyst with a specialist that helps out also. Here we have shown the breakdown of the Patrol Bureau so that you may see the days and times supervisors are working, as well as how the shifts are broken down, with patrol staffing, canine deputies, and the weight enforcement deputy. Those, the numbers underneath basically show you how many are scheduled each day, so that you know for each shift. Here you see is a breakdown of our district map for the Sheriff's Office. It shows 10 districts that are built out. The county is currently covered with 7 districts. The whole county can be covered with 7. But we have also built in 3 more districts for additional coverage when staffing allows, that is often required in the more populated areas of the county. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the activity and highlights from 2020. In our Patrol Bureau, our #1 complaint that we receive countywide from citizens is residential speeding. And I'm sure you hear it from your constituents also. Due to the COVID pandemic, we not only reduced our civilian workforce by 33% for almost a 2-month period, but we determined to drastically reduce speed enforcement throughout the county to keep our employees safe and healthy and to be able to respond to emergency calls. While it was difficult for us to meet expectations in this area, we did see one trend increase. Traffic stops decreased by 37% this year. Citations decreased by 54%. However, criminal stops increased by 4%. A little difference there. In addition, violent and property crimes have or nearly have surpassed annual levels. In our Detective Bureau, COVID did not slow down the work a bit, and we are looking at being on par with the average statistics we have seen in the last several years. For instance, detectives average 425 assigned felony cases per year to investigate. The detectives also complete background checks on all our new employees. Over the last 3 years, there have been an average of 83 backgrounds per year. That's a staggering number when you consider that an average background takes between 40 and 60 hours of actual work. In addition, we also complete computerized voice stress analyzer examinations for our office as well as some outside agencies. And on average, that's about 113 CVSAs given per year. We have a detective who is trained in cellular phone extractions for evidence purposes. Each one of these extractions takes between 2 and 12 hours depending on what the model and make of the phone is and what security features that they have built onto those phones. Not to mention, each case is different on how long it takes to investigate. If you have a petty theft or a regular theft, it might take a couple hours. If you have a murder, it can take months. In the future, with the implementation of our new software system in 2021, we'll be using the stats to do a more complete and accurate staffing study in our Detective Bureau to see what our levels should be. In our multi-agency drug task force, on average, they work 76 cases per year, which are very time-consuming, every one of them. In addition, they, along with the General Detective Bureau, will investigate an average of 130 drug overdoses each year. They do this trying to determine where the drugs came from. They also receive an average of around 240 tips a year on their tip line. One condition of our grant that helps fund the multi-agency drug task force is that we conduct drug presentations to community groups, and on an average, we complete 24 of those a year. In our property room, over the last 3 years, the property and evidence section has averaged 4,989, or almost 5,000 items submitted per year. This is a continuing reason why this office asks for a new property storage facility every year. They also took care of 296 impounded vehicles per year, and they process over 38 crime scenes a year. Our latent print examiner also is part of that group, and they take care of all the fingerprints deputies and detectives pull from crime scenes, averaging about 46 cases per year. This past year, we had 7 positive identifications, which is a tremendous amount, as many times the fingerprints that are pulled are inconclusive. I'd like to go through some of the important highlights from 2020. In the Patrol Bureau, we have a drone program that just started. In 2019, we brought together a team, developed policy, and R&D equipment. After working with the Westerville drone program, we were able to decide on what type of drones were needed, and those drones have been delivered here recently. The team's getting all of their pilot certifications and attending training as we speak. This program is now going to be married with the Westerville, Dublin, and PAL teams to become a multi-jurisdictional drone team that will work very similar to the Delaware Tactical Unit. This will help in sharing resources and personnel in times when a drone is needed. Some of those times when a drone is needed, including a missing child or an adult who may be at risk or has special needs, a barricade situation, or even a hostage situation, allowing the Delaware Tactical Unit to better surveil the area to make the situation safer. Those are just to name a few of the uses for our drone program. Another program that we started in Patrol was a special duty program. A new special duty software was purchased that allows us to track, bill, and supervise the special duty program in a much more accurate, professional, and integral way. In addition, instead of paying a lieutenant to administer the program, we now have a civilian working on the program part-time. So it's been a cost saving for us. The motorcycle unit was disbanded this year. In 2020, the motorcycle unit was reevaluated, and due to staffing and the inherent risks of this type of unit, we decided to disband the unit and liquidate the assets. The motorcycles were put up for sale and sold to 2 other sheriff's offices in the state. The Drug Task Force. Multi-agency Drug Task Force has done a tremendous job. Even though COVID shut most things down, the drug trade never did. While I could never go through all the cases that these law enforcement professionals had, one operation we were involved with this year was called Operation Blue Light. From this 2-day operation, we did the following. We conducted 188 traffic stops, resulting in 34 arrests. of which 14 of them were felony arrests, 8 were misdemeanors. We had 26 drug cases, 1 handgun recovered, $6,381 in cash seized, and the drugs that were recovered were 13 grams of cocaine, 19 grams of crack cocaine, 12 grams of suspected fentanyl, 111 grams of marijuana, 39 hits of acid, 57 prescription pills, and nearly 2 pounds of methamphetamine. These drugs were coming into our county and being dispersed throughout our community. Again, this was just a 2-day operation. In our Detective Bureau, as you can see from the picture there of John Anthony Muncie. Again, in this area, I could not begin to talk about all the tremendous cases that our detectives have worked and solved over the last year. However, I would like to highlight this one case in particular. This case involved the murder of a 15-year-old boy who was found dismembered and dumped on one of our county roads in 1983. Yeah, I said 1983 there. Over the years, there were numerous detectives assigned to the case, and each one of them got a little closer to conclusion in the case. But finally, 2 of our detectives were able to crack the case by using DNA evidence. The evidence was from an unknown source, and through an exhaustive investigation and use of new investigative tools and partnering with a private company named Parabon for DNA testing, the case was brought to conclusion. While we did not get to put handcuffs on anyone, we did identify the murderer who died in 2013. The same subject is being looked at in other cold case murders, but not only in our jurisdiction, but in Columbus also. Our Analyst Bureau, in 2020, it was decided we needed to create a new position for Analyst Supervisor. A process was developed and several internal and external applicants were interviewed for the position. After the process was completed, a long-time Delaware County Sheriff's Office employee and one who holds 2 master's degrees, one in criminal analysis and the other in forensic psychology, was selected and is in the process of building the Analyst Bureau to support the office to its fullest. In our property and evidence, due to the COVID-19 issues this year, we looked at reorganizing the unit's shifts for the civilians working in this section. It has worked out tremendously as it allows the office to have more coverage by the section to support the operations division due to them covering more hours of the day and more hours in the week. This is also good for the public as they're able to get property and vehicles released throughout the day from approximately 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. In addition, for several years, we were at a loss to destroy the large amount of seized weapons that the courts had ordered destroyed. We had nowhere to take them as the steel mills had been closed. A company named Gunbusters was located by one of the property techs and has been a cost-saving effort as it costs us nothing to use their service. The company comes to us, keeps full record of how each weapon is destroyed, and then sends us that record for evidence purposes. Traditionally, this is what Delaware County looked like. And traditionally, sheriff's offices have been responsible to run the jail, protect the courts, and serve papers. Finally, they provide for the peace and safety of all of the unincorporated areas of the county. Basically, the sheriff's offices are traditionally reactive to crime. The historical way of doing business is not what our residents expect from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office, and that is what our challenge is, as you see what today looks like. As the county grows and becomes more suburbanized, we receive more and more requests for much more community policing and speed enforcement programs. These are just a few of the proactive things our residents want and expect from our sheriff's office. To do this, we must increase staffing in the Patrol Bureau. Currently, we staff approximately 7.8 deputies per 10,000 residents. But if you take that down to just patrol deputies, it falls to 3.9 deputies per 10,000 residents. If you recall looking at the district map, you saw we build out 10 districts, but most days we can only cover a minimum of 7 of them. In addition, we've been approached by Orange, Concord, Liberty, Radnor, and recently Scioto townships to talk about dedicated or contract deputies or increased coverage. Currently, when we have a minimum of 7 deputies on the road, we are able to cover the whole county with those 7 districts. However, as you're all aware, the majority of our county's population is in the southern part, which means 1 deputy could cover both Orange and Berlin townships, for example. This staffing does not allow for the service the residents want or ask for, nor is it what we want to be able to be productive. As a former assistant chief of police in the city of Westerville, Delaware County has seen the same crime trends I saw when I was a police officer there. The thefts of and from motor vehicles were happening at an alarming rate, as they are in Delaware County right now. Because we had proper staffing, we were able to develop programs and concentrate more on being proactive. Through 2 very easy to run programs that were developed, we were able to drop vehicle break-ins and garage burglaries by more than 50% in 1 year. Again, thank you to each of the commissioners for allowing me the time to highlight the Operations Services Division. I would ask if there are any questions of me in this area.
Well, I don't know that I really have any questions. I will ask this one. You said you've been approached by the 4 townships. What have we, I know back 10 years ago, 8 years ago, there was a relationship with Orange, a sharing of cost. Is that the discussion that we're having with them?
Yeah, and I will tell you, Mr. Stelzer and I have had additional discussions regarding that. And while we've made the same presentation to new township trustees on a regular basis, we're going to put together a better cost out of what those deputies are more accurately with Mr. Stelzer's assistance. The reality of it is that we've had no trustees, while they're interested in that, in earnest, have wanted to sit down. My intent is always to have a representative from the Board of Commissioners, that representative from that particular township trustee, and this office to discuss what that in fact looks like. So the discussions are ongoing, and it seems to be routinely a phone call every few months, but nobody's has in earnest asked us for that at this point. So.
Yeah, I was going to ask that as well, because I occasionally talk to trustees who say they are interested, but we just haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, and you'll hear it in the remainder of the presentation today. It oftentimes comes up in this issue of speeding enforcement in the residential areas. And I think I've told this board before, we're just not funded to provide what I would consider that same level of service as Genoa Township, Delaware City, Powell Police Department, because those residents are receiving another layer of law enforcement presence, but there's also a cost associated with that. And that seems to be where the discussion generally stalls. So.
I do have one other question. I'm not sure it's under operations or somewhere else, but we got an email from Olin Tangi. You may have forwarded it on, I recall, about wanting another officer. Is that number in the budget?
That request came in after the budget was submitted. I had an email exchange with Mike, and I think we can incorporate that in for 2021, just with staffing levels and filling a couple vacancies. I think it's going to be a big budget hit because the person isn't scheduled to start until probably 1st of September. There are some ancillary costs associated with adding that individual, including a vehicle. The challenge, though, with those type of positions, and there's, I think, a request perhaps from a different school maybe for another one, And I think it ties back into this challenge of providing higher level patrol services in maybe some of the southern townships, is it really makes it difficult. And, it's a challenge anyways to staff and replace deputies. It's not a simple, to get them trained and through an academy and all that sort of stuff. And when these deputies are specifically assigned, whether it be to a schools or if ultimately to a township, they expect that person to be there. And so on the back end, if we have turnover, what ends up, you have to pull them away from other assignments. And one of the things I'd talked to Russ a little bit about was perhaps we need to, instead of looking individually at each township and what they may want, that we look at creating a division that's kind of got several people assigned to it that can be moving depending on where that demand's at. Because I think if we look at it collectively, maybe each individual township might look at the cost, but if we looked at it, having 4 or 5 deputies assigned that weren't just specific, gives us a lot more flexibility to move people on the back end and not be tied to having certain deputies and, and if we're short-staffed for one reason or another, we have to pull it away from other areas. But anyways, to answer your original question, it's not going to be a huge budget impact.
Because of the time of the year.
Right. But it does, again, it's going to pull away another experienced deputy that was otherwise assigned perhaps to patrol. At some point, we're going to have to bring somebody in then to keep our numbers where they're at, to replace that person that's moved over.
So the plan is to make that addition based on the request, but it'll be done really better at the fourth quarter next year.
Yeah, we'll have to replace it, but normally for the SROs, it's an existing, we wouldn't have a new deputy go into one of those positions. It's going to be somebody that has, I think they even have to have at least 3 years experience. So somebody will get assigned come August, and then we'll have to backfill eventually that position.
Yeah, Commissioners, I'm not sure if you're aware of what it takes to bring a deputy on board. So I just figured I'd just give you a quick little update. We talked about the background process. Backgrounds are anywhere from testing through the end till they have their final interview with the sheriff. It can take anywhere between 4 and 6 months. Once they're hired, if they have to go through an academy, we're kind of at the mercy of 2 different academies, the Ohio State Highway Patrol and the Columbus Police Academy. They only have academies at certain times of the year. Columbus Police Academy starts in December. We had a bunch of deputies go through that one last year. They are just now coming out of field training. So they've gone through their full academy. Now they've gone through FTO, or the field training program, and we are just now releasing them to go out on their own. So it takes a good year for us to see any results from a brand new deputy being brought on. Just to give you.
So, Mr. Merrill, to your, question, because it's late in the year, we probably would pull that position from patrol, then that would be more realized in the 2022 budget, because we would have to backfill that position. And as Mr. Stelzer's alluded to, Big Walnut has also begun discussions with us as they're adding on to their facilities with a potential request for another school resource officer. And I will say, I've always been a big advocate for that. There's no more dense population at a particular time during the week than in our schools, and to have a school resource officer, a deputy embedded in that population to take calls and to handle disturbances, to manage the safety of the schools, frees up deputies on the street. So there's a real value besides just the relationship building and the quality of life in those schools. It does free up our deputies to continue their patrol and not be called upon to. So, it's part of the trade-off you get, but also part of the value. So.
I was just curious if it was in the budget.
You got a long answer, didn't you, for a short question?
Yeah, that was a yes or no question.
No, again, the SROs are really an important part of the community in building relationships, protecting the youth, et cetera. I had a more general question. You alluded to it, Sheriff, in the very beginning, and that is 2020 has been an extremely unusual year for law enforcement in so many different ways. What have you learned from 2020, and what are you going to take forward into 21 and beyond? big picture strategically, I guess.
Yeah, a couple of things, and I'll address a few of those in my closing remarks, but we have begun and are very close to concluding an initiative for a community participation board or review. We've created policy internally. One of the things that came up from the community was how often does the sheriff's office, or with intentionality and strategically, reach out to the community to give input on policies and procedures, review of use of force issues, participating in strategic planning. And frankly, we've done very little of that. So as a result of community forums, I've seen a blind spot in the office that we need to do that, and so we're very close to advertising that position. We expect those people that participate to enter into kind of a 3-year commitment with the office. They'll go through some training, so they'll have some basic understanding of what we do. So I would say one of the things here in Delaware County is that intentionality of reaching out to members of the community and bringing them into the office to help us see things from a civilian or service standpoint that maybe as career law enforcement officers we've just overlooked. I think we've relied on the fact that we're a public entity and people we're subject to open records and public records. So if anybody wants to see what we're doing, all they have to do is ask. Well, they don't ask, so we want to bring them in. That's one of the significant initiatives that has come out of this. I think the other thing is that I will just tell you, and I'll make the comment again in my closing remarks here in a few minutes, is that we're fortunate that we reside and serve and live in a community where people are not calling for defunding law enforcement, and I think we've seen the consequence of that. So I will tell you that the other two things, Commissioner Benton, is first of all a gratitude that this board and in general the elected officials and policymakers in this county see the value of local law enforcement. And I will tell you as well, despite what happened in Minneapolis and the outrage that occurred shortly thereafter, even in this community, that some of that has leveled off because I think of the relationships that have been built and forged in years past between local law enforcement and the community. And I think I can speak for all the law enforcement executives in this county. This is a county made up of, when I use the term progressive, I don't mean it in the traditional way, but forward-thinking law enforcement executives. We're doing many of the things that have been recommended or should have been implemented in some of these other major cities that were never done. We're way ahead of the curve. So I think that's been reinforced that, we're doing law enforcement pretty good in this county, not only at the Delaware County Sheriff's Office, but whether it's Chief Pijanowski or Chief Hritzik in Powell, that consortium of law enforcement executives, we keep each other held to a real high standard. So those have been the significant takeaways for me.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'll turn it over to Chief Wiseman here.
Okay, next.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That will probably be the longest of the 3 division heads, just simply because of its size.
Welcome, Chief.
Thanks, Commissioners. Dave Wiseman with the Sheriff's Office. I'd like to share with you the Professional Services Division and an overview of the Professional Service Division. The Professional Service Division is a lot of community engagement. That was some comments a few minutes ago. I heard some of those. So we'll talk about a lot of those engagements in the community and where we're at with those. So professional services, we have the dispatch center, public records, school resource officers, community relations, training, policy, and accreditation, and our concealed carry is all inside this division. Some growth that we've experienced in public records, we've had an 18% increase in requests for public records, and most of that has been in the area of video, from the deputies now wearing body-worn cameras into cars. When requests come in, people want to see video. They actually want to see what it's like. They don't want the written report anymore. They want the physical video. Along with that, our school resource officers are very busy in the schools. There's a 13% increase in the number of students that they instructed since 2018. So we're tracking more. We're also doing education inside the schools also as we go forward with that. The school resource officers' growth In 2017, we had 8. In 2018, we had 10 SROs. And these requests come from the schools saying we want more SROs. We're at a financial point, we have a growth point, we want more. In this budget coming up in 2021, Old Tangi Schools is asking for an additional SRO position for 2021. With this also creates more people inside this unit, and supervision is also an issue for us. So in 2021, we added a sergeant, which is part of our strategic plan we previously presented, and that's also in the supervisor positions in previous budget, is where's these supervisors doing and what's happening within the budget. Because of the amount of deputies we have assigned here, we now have a sergeant exclusively assigned to the school resource officers to oversee the potential 11th SRO in 2021. The SRO division is going to be continually to grow. Old Tangi has made an informal request. They want 2 more SROs by 2022, which would put us up around 13. There's also informal discussion with other districts with new high schools being built that they potentially may be seeking additional SROs also. The SRO program is growing. At the end of the school year in 2020, Sheriff Martin and I had a WebEx meeting with the principals or superintendents, and they were all very happy with the program. Just wish they could have more, but funding was their major problem at that point. Inside the community, as previously mentioned, one of our biggest issues that we're facing is our residential speed. We've seen these signs pop up in areas. They're in our communities. If you're driving home, you'll see these, and what's happening is the roads are not what they used to be. The rural community landscape is changing to a suburban community landscape, and with that comes traffic congestion and increased traffic on roads that was not designed. Along with that is resident frustration with the volume of traffic and speed. So what we're doing with this residential speed, we have a program set up, and someone calls, has an issue with speed. We go out and do a speed study, it's a stealth stat which no one can see to get what a true speed and what the speeds are. So we get that data first, then we analyze the data, and then we meet with the resident and try to explain to them whether they have a speeding problem or not. We also have speed trailers that we can also put out also, if that's what the residents feel or the HOA feels in that area, to try to help them with what the speed is, really figure out what's going on there. Along with that is our Citizen Sheriff Academy, is another outreach program, and that's for true transparency. It's a mini police academy. We do an open application. We ask people to come in and to apply, and they get to see how their tax dollars will work. But the biggest thing we've got out of this is relationship and answer people's questions. Why do we do what we do? And so we offer the Citizens of Police Academy for those individuals. I believe this was previously mentioned a few minutes ago. We're in the process of the creation of a community engagement volunteer program. This also could be known as a peer review board of some type. The purpose of this, again, is to be transparent. That's our plan throughout the whole office, is to show the citizens what's going on. When you see fractured communities, that's happened over 2020 especially, there's already a problem there, something's sparking it. Our goal is to be with our community and find out what the community wants from us and to engage them, like a citizen review committee for hiring, complaints, use of force, and so they're seeing what we're doing, and that way they have a chance to be a citizen and say, hey, we like this, we don't like this, and also for them to understand what we do and not be hidden behind government and everything else at that point. The next area we're working on is accreditation and training. This is a large area because everything starts in this area of policy, accreditation, and training for us. Part of our previous strategic plan presented to you was we have a lieutenant now who oversees this division or this area that we never had before. So this lieutenant is overseeing a very important part because based upon our policies will dictate how we do our business. How do we handle situations and how do we go forward from there? So this truly is our foundation here. Its purpose is to reduce risk and liability with policies aligned with state and federal updates and also to keep things current. We're using a policy called Lexipol. We had a policy in place for the law enforcement side called Policy Tech. Policy Tech is a great system, but it's more of an electronic filing cabinet that it just holds your policies, you have to add to it. With Lexipol, the great benefit with this is they send us updates that are what case law is going on, what's changed, what's keeping us fresh. That way, if you've been familiar with your private businesses with policy, somebody has to go over it all the time. They keep us updated. If something changes, we're on that cutting edge at all times. For an example, during COVID-19, they sent COVID-19 policies out to us. In 2020, the big social issue on how law enforcement operates was out there. They sent us policies on use of force and chokeholds, just to name a few policies that were being discussed at state and national level, so we have that availability. This policy also allows our deputies in the field to use their cell phone or computer access to have the policies. Instead of going back to some filing cabinet somewhere and have to find something, they can access it right in real time, right on the scene, to figure out what's happening there at that point in time. So with our policy, the next thing we want to move towards accreditation. Accreditation is very important that we meet the national standards. And so for us to get accredited, there's 181 standards we have to meet with accreditation. So it's just not simply we're accredited. We have to check 181 boxes to make sure we're doing that. Training, policy, facilities is all part of that. We're looking for accreditation on the law enforcement side of our office as well as the corrections side. And Chief Balzer will discuss the corrections side here in a little bit. The purpose of being accredited increases community advocacy, greater accountability within the agency, and stronger defense against civil lawsuits. It's also a state and national standard that we're holding ourselves to. We want to be in that conversation and put us at that level to say, we're accredited, we're doing everything that we should be to also uphold that professionalism that we're striving to get to.
When do you expect that?
We're looking probably, but not to try to throw a zinger in here, but the building kind of plays a part into that for us.
What building is that?
I'll be commenting on that in my closing
So
remarks as
I don't
well.
know if I could go there yet or not. There's some parts of our facilities that will not allow us to get there, such as the evidence room and things. So what we're doing now, just as a very base conversation, would be the policies that we're writing now with Lexipol, we're making them accreditation set, or CLIA accredited policies. So as we write policies, we're writing for CLIA. That way we're already doing it, both work at the same time. And we signed up with Lexipol, we told them early on, every policy we want to be meeting CLIA standards. So we're probably realistically taking the building out, probably about 2 years away to have everything up and running where we need to be at, to get the 101 policies, to get our training up and all the other reports. We're already starting that process. So just like Delcom has, when they went through accreditation, we flipped the switch to start that process. We've already got everything in place to go. It's just a matter of going through their process to get there. Does that help you?
Yeah.
And the jails, Chief Balls will talk about that. We purposely started with Lexipol on the LE side to get it up and ready for accreditation. The corrections side now is going with Lexipol to get up there to go through accreditation. So LE will fall first and then correction be behind it. And so we staggered those out so we're not doing both at the same time also. Is that?
Yeah. Yep.
So accreditation is very important. We're working toward that. Also, to raise our level of training was a simulator. Last budget year, we also requested and also have it. In January, actually next month now, we'll be taking delivery of the simulator. Our simulator will be in place next month. It'll give us realistic scenario-based training. It'll also help with our decision-making. It'll also be de-escalation techniques. This will be realistic training that we'll be able to provide. It'll also allow us the opportunity to use the courthouse as a background and videotape it. And so the officers feel like they're there. Tanger Outlet, the schools, we could actually put real-life places in Delaware County so the officers are in those scenarios to make those decisions. It's very important. I have a video next. I'm not sure how that'll work here.
Let us know if you need civilians to help test out the simulator.
Yeah.
We'll have you down for a day. We'll get you down. This is just a real quick video on what the simulator looks like and the type of training we'll get from it.
Tracy said it would take about 20 seconds to load it up. Is that right?
Went to the wrong side.
Can you go back, Sarah? Oh, is that right?
That's okay, we'll just keep moving then. And yeah, we'll just bring you guys, my intent also is to bring all the stakeholders,
Sure.
and all the elected officials and the commissioners, et cetera, to come in and see what we're doing also. So our goal is to invite everybody down, try it out, see what it's like. And again, for our peer review citizen committee would be to have them come down and look at it so they know what, so they know what the deputies are going through with use of force, decision-making also. So we're going to be using the simulator a lot, making it available to our deputies.
Where's it going to be?
Currently, we're expecting it to go down into our south sub at the DD building. A couple of reasons we want to put it down there was we have the room downstairs.
Right.
And the other part of that was we can get down there 24/7, so all 3 shifts can use it. Our deputies can have access to it without it being into someplace else, so that's where our spec is now. Again, we'll go to the new building. The new building, we also have a place already.
Keeps coming up.
It'll migrate to the new facility just as well.
The new facility, we've already got a place set up. They built the specs for us also over there, so when we purposely bought it, we designed it so we could, again, use the same thing there, so I'm setting you up pretty good, Sheriff.
Yeah, thank you.
So relevancy, so kind of to sum up the professional services area here, is a quote by Sir Robert Peel. The police are the community, and the community are the police. And that's how our office wants to look at our interaction with the community. What they expect from us, they expect a high level of professionalism. And to do that, these are the areas that we need to cover, is community relations, engagement, citizens advocacy, sheriff's academy, policy, accreditation, training. Along with that is community relations, and law enforcement is required to gain the trust and confidence of those we serve. So we feel wholeheartedly if people know what we're doing and why we're doing things, they're going to support us as they do now. Through 2020, we've got great law enforcement support. We want to continue on. So with this is part of Sheriff Smart's strategic plan, is with policy and training and accreditation to raise us up to that level. That kind of summarizes this division and area. What questions do you have?
I don't have any additional questions.
I have nothing.
So, thank you.
I think the question asked in the first could really belong to you, but I didn't know that, so.
Thank you.
I appreciate the update and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Chief Balzer will be next here to talk to you.
Okay, great. All right, welcome, Chief.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Jeff Balzer, Chief Deputy for the Corrections and Court Services Division. "2020, as we've mentioned, has been a rather unusual year. Much of our effort in the jail has been spent on the coronavirus prevention and response. This includes state-mandated restrictions on access to the jail, and it affects the way we provide services. We've seen a reduction in our inmate population, and that is thanks to our criminal justice partners who have allowed us to do that, from an average daily population of around 200 inmates down to around 140 currently. We've set up quarantine areas in different parts of the jail to separate inmates and keep them safe. We've had increased use of personal protective equipment for staff and inmates, and increased cleaning throughout the facility. We have had a 5-fold increase in the use of video conferencing for court and professional conferences with our inmates. Previously, we just had one area, one room that municipal court would generally use. Now we have at least 4. We've got federal courts, common police courts, and municipal courts going all throughout the day. We have Ohio Department of Rehab and Corrections restrictions and testing on inmates. We also have restrictions on inmates that are accepted at the state prisons. They are tested when they get down there. If it happens that we send someone down there who's tested positive for COVID, then we face restrictions. So there's additional testing we have to do in the jail. We've also had staff exposures and resulting extended shifts. A few weeks back, we had approximately 20% of our corrections staff were out of the workforce with either tested positive or a spouse or family member tested positive. Fortunately, we're back to almost full strength now. Some of the things that we received this year through the budget process is Stanley closed caption television cameras. Those were approved a week or 2 ago. This ongoing project is going to be to update and replace approximately 26 CCTV cameras throughout and around the jail, to get them a newer platform, and also to replace some that have not been functioning on the exterior. Also, a live scan machine. That's the machine that's used in booking to capture automated fingerprint scanning for the booking area. Radios. This has been about a 3-year project. We've tried to purchase about a third of the radios each year. The problem that we have is when you have one radio used 24 hours a day, there's a lot of wear and tear on them. And we also have problems with the batteries. So we've tried to make it so we have, each individual officer will have their own assigned radio. I can't tell you how many times I've walked through the jail and I hear the chirping noise, or someone has a non-functioning radio. And that's a real safety issue. So we've tried to address that, and we appreciate it. Tasers is something else. We're trying to get enough tasers so that each CO that wishes to carry this tool will be able to do it. And I call this a tool because it's very important in reducing the number of times we use force. We have situations where occasionally corrections officers have to take action. Sometimes it's just pulling the taser out and telling them that we're going to use it, and that stops the action. One other area that we've had a difference in this year has been staffing. Historically, we've had unfilled vacancies at the jail. It's a challenging position to staff for corrections officers, not just here, but industry-wide. The retention rates for COs have increased in 2020. We believe some of the reasons are, one, the unsure job market, and two, I think it has something to do with the a wage increase in the last contract where we had a market adjustment to bring it up. One area I don't have mentioned on here, which is very important, that has not been affected by COVID, Stepping Up initiative. Many things have changed in the jail, this hasn't. And I say this as a source of pride because I think we've got a great program here in Delaware County. Cassie Neff is the one that kind of leads that for the Sheriff's Office. We continue to partner with our local providers to link inmates with reentry plans to services in the community to reduce recidivism. For 2021 in the future, our biggest ask, I think, would be the utilization plan for best use in the future for the jail and LE space. In the past, it seems we've taken a more piecemeal approach to different things we need in the jail. We would like to have a study done to identify the best uses for the space in the jail side, and also if the new sheriff's office is built for the LE side as well. We've had prior capital project requests, and you probably recall some of them, be the outdoor recreations, men's and women's. These are standards we need to meet to become accredited at some point, but these are also several. I know the outdoor men's recreation was $750,000. We want to have a study to be able to understand what the priorities are, because right now we've got cells that were designed in the mid-'80s that do not fit the best use today. We've got a changing inmate population too. We've got more females than we've ever had. Our maximum area of the prison, of the jail, right now is full. Our minimum and medium in the dorms, that's doing pretty well. We're very happy to have that ability, but some of the older areas of the jail are just not meeting our uses. Body-worn cameras for corrections officers. We're asking for this for many of the same reasons we sought the cameras for our deputy sheriffs, such as reduced liability, increased accountability, better supervisory control. And we also have reimbursement from Corsa up to $300 per camera. Key management system. We're looking at getting a new key management system, which is more than just having keys locked up in a box. Basically, it's a number, I believe there are at least 3 of them, of these high-tech containers that have biometrics associated with them, either through the key fob or fingerprints or different ways to limit access to different areas of the jail. It'll increase accountability, increase security, and restrict access to keys on an as-needed basis. Finally, a padded cell for women's housing. You may recall we've got 2. We've asked for them in the past, and we've been granted those funds for that. The benefits, we would like to add one in the women's housing. Right now, we've got one in men's housing and one in the booking area. If we have someone who's having a mental health crisis, and that's what it usually is, in the women's area, we have to take them down to the booking area. That's not ideal, because the booking cells are not made for long-term observation. Those corrections officers have other duties. We would like to put one in our women's housing area as well. One of the difficulties we've had in this area, believe it or not, there are only 2 or 3 companies in the entire United States that install padded cells. So sometimes it takes us a little while to get that done. Accreditation. We've mentioned it before, and the sheriff might even talk about it a little bit more at the end. The reason we're seeking to become accredited is to reduce our liability and adopt best practices. There's a number of logos up here. One of them in the lower right is the Prison Rape Elimination Act. This isn't new. This has been around for probably at least 12 years. Any facility that holds inmates is required to comply with these standards. They just haven't stopped, haven't started enforcing some of the restrictions on this. We have a contract to hold federal prisoners. Each and every year when they come through and inspect us, they talk about that. We're going to have to meet this standard or else we're not going to be able to hold federal prisoners in the future. We currently applied for a grant and we received it to be able to get funds to help us with the Prison Rape Elimination Act compliance. This is something we're hoping to do within the coming year. American Correctional Association accreditation. A year ago, in December 2019, we hosted a training session out at the jail. This is for inspectors throughout the state who are people who go around and inspect to see if people are compliant with the American Correctional Association standards. It was a great experience. It let us know what we need to work on, and also they had very positive comments about our facility. That's where we want to go next too, ACA accreditation. National Commission on Correctional Health Care. This would be the third step for us. That requires a close partnership with our jail medical services provider to be able to provide the best services and healthcare services for our inmates. Finally, one of the things that I aspire to, and I know the sheriff does as well, is through the National Sheriff's Association. They call it their Triple Crown Award. The Triple Crown Award is given out to very, very few agencies across the United States. It is when you have accreditation from the ACA, from the National Correctional Health Care, and CALEA. When you come up with all three of those, then you can get the the Triple Crown Award. Another area for the Corrections Court Services Division is the Court Services Deputies. As you can see, this photo is taken pre-COVID days because we didn't have masks on. We're sitting fairly close with each other. The Court Service Deputies are the ones who transport inmates, provide court security, they serve, process, and execute court orders, and look for fugitives. As with everything else, we've seen challenges and adaptations for 2020. The way our courts run, the way our transports run, including requirements from the Ohio Department of Rehab and Corrections and our health district to make sure that we're employing the best practices. We also have a partnership, and this isn't new, but I just want to focus on it for a moment. We have a partnership with the U.S. Marshal Service. In this partnership, we send one of our deputy sheriffs is with the team each day in Central Ohio, keeping our community safe by looking for our fugitives and other fugitives in the area. We look for the most dangerous fugitives to keep our deputies and the community safe. And I say our deputies too. If we didn't have this team and we had a dangerous fugitive, we would send out 2, maybe 3, or maybe we'd call out the tactical team, which is a great asset. Sometimes it takes a little while for the tactical team to get out there. By using SOFAST, we've been able to make these arrests safely for all. We also have victim advocates. In the top photo, that's 2 of our victim advocates. We have 1 vacancy right now, 1 of them left. Our victim advocates assist victims of crime through the municipal court process. The other photo is our 2 victim advocates along with the county prosecutor's advocates. We work together to serve the victims in both courts when necessary. We've had a different type of year for that too, the challenges through municipal court. Different communication with the victims. It's not always face-to-face, and a buildup of cases and victims. You may or may not be aware that there's no trials going on right now in municipal court. They've really restricted that. What happens is we continue to get new cases coming in, domestic violence and other cases, just they're not being disposed of. So that's an increasing workload on our victim advocates to deal with the victims. We also have offender registration. Our victim advocates have a dual purpose. They track those who have been convicted and required to register for sexual offenses, violent offenses, and also arson registrations. Again, we face challenges. We have to come up with alternatives to reporting. Sometimes we use video to track them down, but we are tracking them. Our information technology group is also in my division, which really, my younger brother, who's an IT professional, always enjoys that, the fact that I oversee IT, because I don't have nearly the skill he does. But our folks do great work. They support all DCSO personnel when we're facing new challenges, and that includes remote access for staff, increased video teleconferencing for our court hearings and meetings, better GPS tracking of our cruisers. They've installed better trackers so we don't have dead zones in the county. And one of the biggest things they've been doing is preparing for the Tyler Records Management System, which was funded last year, and it's being implemented now. That's going to be a great system when it's in play. I'm looking forward to using it at some point, but our IT staff is engaged in it all the time preparing for that. That concludes my presentation on the Corrections Court Services Division. I thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
I don't think I have any questions.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Chief.
Turn it back over to the sheriff then.
Okay. As I close our 2021 budget presentation, I'd like to state the Sheriff's Office has begun to deliver upon the strategic plan that we presented throughout the last 2 years. It should come as no surprise. The reality is there's a cost associated with that plan. We're all grateful we do not live or serve in a community where reckless and feckless politicians or policymakers have made poor decisions in regards to funding or defunding of their local law enforcement agencies. And those communities have already begun to realize the consequences of not supporting the fundamental service of public safety. Mr. Stelzer and I are fully aware that there is some increase to our 2021 budget request over 2020. We have worked diligently to minimize margin to the best of our ability, but the reality is that nearly 90% of our budget is personnel related. It's the men and women who do the job of public safety and corrections, which we believe adds to the overall quality of life in our community. Just yesterday, I stood outside the courtroom across the street where a defendant was sentenced to 14 years in prison for placing a handgun to the head of a clerk during a robbery in a business in our county. It was the outstanding work of our deputies and detectives that led to the apprehension and conviction of this subject, who was not a resident of this county. Justice and protection does come with a cost. We are committed to filling vacancies sooner in 2021 with changes in recruitment and more closely working with the limited availability of training academies in Central Ohio. As Delaware County annually changes into a more suburban county, the demand for services and specific services, the traffic enforcement that we've noted several times today, that changes as well. As mentioned earlier, the residents of our 3 most populated townships are inundating our office with requests of additional speed and traffic enforcement on a level we have never been previously budgeted. In the near future, we will have to address these concerns and expectations with either specific contracts for services or additional general fund money, or a combination of both. The Delaware County Sheriff's Office already works in concert with the other additional law enforcement agencies in the county and our state providers, including the State Highway Patrol. As always, we stand ready to partner with our townships and this board as well as we collectively determine the standard and level of service moving forward that is expected from our residents in Delaware County. For now, I come before you with 2 significant goals in 2021 and 2022. Accreditation has already been mentioned, and like our County 911 Center and our EMS, we too desire to attain the next level of credentialing. We began in earnest in 2020 to begin working toward these benchmarks with the goal of raising our professionalism while reducing our exposure to liability. Accreditation will not happen without new facilities. I am hopeful that as we approach 2021, this board will stay the course and commit with me to help the Delaware County Sheriff's Office achieve these 2 milestones, accreditation and a new facility. When I was appointed sheriff in 2012, I said there was no reason No excuse, this office could not be recognized as one of the best sheriff's offices in Ohio. I can say with confidence, and it's a result of the support of the Board of Commissioners, we have become one of the best offices in the state. I now appeal to you to help us become one of the best sheriff's offices in the nation. We have no interest in resting on our laurels or becoming complacent. I hope you'll join me in this vision for our sheriff's office and for our county. And that concludes our presentation. We are grateful for your patience and for the time allotted, and we're prepared to answer any questions you might have now or in the near future.
I have no questions that,
I don't really have any questions either. I mean, again, the presentation as you've done is excellent, as always, and you continue to provide great leadership. You know, I will publicly say, as I've in one-on-one conversations, I'm firmly committed to that new building. It's moving forward. It's in process. It's a very slow process and so on, but it is moving forward, and I'm committed, and I think Commissioner Merrill is as well. I mean, exactly what it looks like, you know, and I'm sure there'll be some changes along the way, but we need it, you know, and again, I'll publicly say, I really appreciate your patience. This is a long, slow, expensive process, and, you know, we're working through it. So we're getting the plans finalized. I mean, Mike, maybe you could comment on where we are exactly.
John Melvin, we have a presentation tomorrow on facilities, and the recommendation that we're going to make for consideration was that the full project will offer bid January 4th. It's never good to bid projects over the holidays, but you know, that's the current proposal, is the entire project, so that bids would be received. You know, we're going to get a lot of interest from general contractors. It'll give them a good season of construction next year, and then also probably still into the following year. So that's kind of the current recommendation. We budgeted for the capital that we talked about putting into the project. So.
Yeah, we're very committed to the Bixby campus in total. It's just, for a lot of reasons, it's past due. It's going to make service to our residents so much better. It'll make communication among the various departments and offices so much better. So it just makes a lot of sense. It'll be more fiscally prudent. Again, it just makes a lot of sense. So we're moving forward, but it just takes so long to get these things done.
We've really appreciated working with Administrator Fromer and his team, and the earnest efforts of Meacham and Abel to put together what we think is we're excited about what we've seen at this point. And, you know, I really appreciate your support, Commissioner Benton, and of the board. We think it's that next and significant step in taking us to where we are hopeful to go. So we'll look forward to continuing to work with you and Mike Fromer and his staff as well. So we're excited about it.
I think it's great that you're working diligently and have a plan put forward to achieve those accreditations. I mean, those are really important. They're valuable. They demonstrate the professionalism and excellence of the sheriff's office. So again, we very much support that as well. So very important. I didn't really have any other questions. Mike, did you have a comment?
Yeah, no, I want to say that, I worked with Dean, and Karen, we worked on this budget, and I think Dean has done an excellent job getting his arms around all the,
Yes.
the presentation speaks for itself on all the moving parts, and so I think that the Sheriff's Department has a really good baseline moving forward on their expenses and stuff like that. I do think one discussion that we need to continue to meet some of your guys' goals is to understand the timing of the vacancies. As a chief deputy, Scout was saying, the process of onboarding, and I do think that the thing that has been discovered this year, Dean, and you might want to explain a little bit, is last year's cuts to their budget would have put them in a bind had COVID not happened. Their overtime costs were way down this year, and we probably would have been, you guys would have been requesting a supplemental increase to the budget, but I think that some of that was already there. But I'm sorry, you don't want to steal your thunder, but.
No, that's fine. You know, that was one of the things that when I first started in April that seemed just a little, you know, disconnected, is this notion of what the staffing levels were, what the budget reflected, and how that impacted how we recruited and filled positions, because it became pretty apparent fairly quickly that within the department, what they were showing as positions approved and what the budget had was a pretty big difference between the two. And I think over the years there had been, you know, you go back prior, you know, to the last couple years, there was always a budget amount for personnel in the sheriff's department budget, and they always came way under. In fact, I found one year it was like $1.2 million below the budget amount was the compensation level. Part of it somewhat related to that it's just a challenge to fill some of these positions. You can't just snap your finger and do that. And so as I talked with Sheriff Martin, you know, in conjunction with just challenges I think that you guys are facing with you know, COVID-19 and what that may mean from a resource standpoint, some of the direction coming out about, you know, we really need to hold the line with staffing, kind of looked at it and decided to kind of approach doing our best in 2021 to get these vacancies filled. There's, you know, there's probably 10 or 11 deputy positions that are vacant, and, you know, there's a limit to how many we can bring on board. You know, if we had funding for 30 deputies, I don't think we could hire 30 deputies in a year, with at least the way things are structured right now. But so our goal is to really get as close to we can as at you know, full staffing. There's always going to be turnover, retirements, and different things like that. But what was reflected in the budget numbers, and in fact, I think Sheriff mentioned that it doesn't include any new positions. Actually, almost all of the positions that were at least supposedly approved for the 2020 budget, it's really not filling any of those either. So I think we'll be pretty close with our staffing numbers, at least from a budget standpoint. And, you know, our goal is to get those positions on board moving forward into 2021. I think if there are changes in staffing, another discussion I had with Sheriff Martin, we hope to want to be able to link that to different changes in service, whether we need more people because the volume of work's going up or because there's an intent to increase the level of service and what that represents. Again, the getting the vacancy rate reduced is more than just a budget number. It's I think we're looking at how we recruit and being more aggressive in that regard, possibly bringing in as best we can. It's not something you can just say you want to do. You know, deputies that maybe have the certification really cuts down on a lot of the timeline and bringing them in. So.
It's anecdotal and too early yet, but we have had some inquiries from certified officers who frankly work in large municipalities who make more money than the deputies do at Delaware County Sheriff's Office, but they are frustrated with the lack of support of their political leadership, and they know how good it is to work in Delaware County. So if that holds to be a trend, we could possibly see a small migration of certified police officers come to work for the sheriff's office, which would greatly reduce that lag time, not having to send people to the academy. So, and again, it's still early yet to see if that becomes a trend, but we've had some inquiries. So,
but the only comment I would make, and we've made it to others, is if you're not, we're going to have a tough year next year. We're $10 million off our budget this year in sales tax alone. So to the degree that those positions are going to be filled for all 12 months, it's helpful if we can get I'm going to say a realistic number to put into the budget so we have a really good understanding where we are. So I just would ask that be thought.
Yeah, I think we're going to be pretty tight. I think if things move forward, this isn't adding any new positions and really not filling any of the positions created for 2020. We're basically getting to our pre-2020 level of staffing. And we did adjust down the budget amounts for people. You know, it's going to take us 6 months to go through the next round of deputy hires so that people won't start mid-year. So we've kind of adjusted that out. So I think we're pretty tight. I don't want to come in and reduce it a bunch and then have to come back and increase it. But I think that number is pretty good. There's really not you know, again, accounted for the fact that there's vacancies, going to take some time to fill those, and there'll be some more turnover, but I think we're pretty close with that.
I guess I would just echo that as well. Unfortunately, you know, sales tax is our main funding source, and it's down, you know, and next year is not looking particularly optimistic, because we had been growing 5, 6, 7% a year, and that's just stopped, you know. So again, it is a challenge, and I know you and Mike have been working together to try to figure out what's the best way to identify the vacancies that will exist for part of the year and factor that in so we can get as realistic a budget as possible, because again, we're dealing with some serious challenges.
I think one of the things that was so encouraging for me when Dean Stelzer indicated he might be interested in retiring from the Delaware City. We had worked together during the economic downturn of 2008.
Oh, that's right.
And so we've navigated these waters previously, a little different cause, obviously. And I was so grateful last year to work with Brad Lutz and Karen and Mike, and this year to be able to have somebody come to the table and represent the office of the sheriff with Dean's experience. I feel confident, Commissioner Benton, he's addressing, and Commissioner Merrill, those issues as well as he works with Mike and Karen on that.
Yep.
Again, we will always be open to a conversation if somehow the people come in earlier than anticipated. We need an honest is the right word. We need a budget that reflects reality as much as possible, because it affects all these other departments as well. So I just challenge and encourage you to look at it from that perspective.
And we do respect that the knowledge that the pie is only so big and that all the office holders are interested in a slice of that pie. Fully respect that. Respect the tough decisions that this board has to make. I've worked with you all long enough. I think that respect is mutual. You know, and again, I just want to reiterate, I feel really fortunate to have Mr. Stelzer here at this time, and you know, we'll continue to work with your team on any questions, but we don't have any intent on smoke and mirrors. We want to work with you as well. I'm a taxpayer, as I've said it every year, I'm a taxpayer as well as an elected official, so I feel just as strongly about being a good steward of our tax dollars.
Well, yeah, thank you for your leadership during this very challenging, unusual, difficult year, and next year is going to be a challenge, I'm sure, but hopefully it will get better. But again, thanks for everything, and continuing to work on the budget.
Thank you, and I'm just blessed to be surrounded by great people. Makes it a lot easier. Thank you.
Okay. We are what? Okay, we are recessed until 1 o'clock. Good.
Yep.
Okay, we are reconvening our budget hearings for December 1st, 2020. It is 1 o'clock, and the first budget hearing this afternoon is the prosecutor's office. Welcome to Prosecutor Schiffel.
Thank you.
If you could introduce your phone guest
Yes.
as well as yourself for the record, because we're streaming and doing audio. And then we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. So I do have our executive administrator on the phone, Nicole Ford, and she's right by the microphone. So nuts and bolts questions, I'll defer to her. But thank you guys again for letting me come today and talk to you about our budget for 2021. And you'll see at the end, I provided you copies of the slides. If for some reason it doesn't show up appropriately, I've learned from one too many jury trials that sometimes the lighting can throw off the words on your PowerPoint screen. So what you'll see towards the end, though, and what I put on this first slide, is that these goals are really 2021 through 2025. And what I'm presenting to you today is, a little insight into where I see our office going in the next 4 years. As you've gotten to know me, I think you probably realize that I'm a very data-driven person. I like to drill down into the statistics, especially the criminal cases, because while everything else we do in the office is important, the criminal cases and protecting our community is obviously our #1 priority, and ensuring that we have the adequate staff and the experienced staff to do so in that area of the law. So kind of looking back, what we've done in 2020, I feel quite confident, and I'm happy to say that the transition has come to an end. We have not replaced any staff that have left, and we have hit the ground running with our new Chief Assistant Prosecutor in the Criminal Division, Mark Sleeper, and we just recently did evaluations of the entire staff, and then something new for the staff this year, I had them evaluate our management team. That included myself, Nicole, Chris Betts, Mark Sleeper, and Beth Mattoon, who manages the Juvenile Division. And within those evaluations, I just put some of the bullet points there, and it just made me very proud to continue to serve Delaware County. The staff is extremely happy. The work culture that we have tried to build up during this transition, it's working, and people are happy to be there. They are thankful for their jobs, and I think they have a greater understanding and appreciation of what everyone in our office does, but also what we've worked to do is make sure that everyone understands what every other office is doing, including the commissioners. I think sometimes we can get tunnel vision and realize there are a lot of other moving parts to make this county as great as it is, and that the prosecutor's office is just one of those moving parts. So looking back at our budget presentation last year, our goals were stability and retention of the staff, increase our services for clients. Red was obviously not the right color to choose, but that says prevention and education for our community members. So if we look at that, like I said, the stability and retention of the staff, that goal has been met tenfold, and that is corroborated by the evaluations we just did. We are fully staffed, thank you.
How's that?
Oh,
Does help.
I know it's that for ones who don't want to be too comfy, but.
So we are currently fully staffed, but what you'll see at the end of this presentation, though, is my fully staffed is different than what it has looked in the years past. We still haven't replaced 4 attorneys from what it was in the years before my administration. But while we are fully staffed, I don't want to let opportunities pass by if one would present itself, especially considering what just occurred in the Franklin County election. But also, as we judge, our fully staffed, we are getting ready to implement Matrix, as you know from our meeting yesterday, and that will really impact the job duties in the office and streamline things. And so while you'll see down towards the end, we did request 2 additional attorneys positions. These are not positions I would foresee filling within the first 3 months of the office, let alone both of them if we even were to fill them within the first 6 months, because I really want to drill down and see the impact that Matrix is going to have on the office to see if we would even need those. And as far as increasing services for our clients, here I'm talking about our county clients and our civil clients. Again, Matrix is going to be a huge help to that. I'm getting excited. We're going to, issue our first civil e-newsletter to our clients and announce to them, the implementation of Matrix since it was improved yesterday, because that will open up a portal for our civil clients to communicate with us so much more efficiently, and they can actually monitor the work that we are doing on the projects that they're requesting. So I think that transparency is huge.
Could you define clients?
Sure, so county clients would be, the Board of Elections, townships, also, I just drew a blank, the sheriff's office, some engineer, not all of it though, because Eric does quite a bit of that, but mainly our townships, which are the ones that bring most of the work to us.
Okay.
So when I say clients, I'm talking about only civil.
Only civil, okay.
But Matrix will open up, it does have benefits, obviously, for law enforcement and the criminal side of things, but my
Right,
first goal
yeah.
with that is civil.
Okay, so really all, for instance, the other elected officials?
Yes,
All of, okay, in their offices?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a much better way of saying
Are
it.
there any exceptions on that?
Well, we don't do all of the engineer work. Eric does a lot of that. He does all of 911. Mike, help me out here. I'm missing. You, obviously.
He does a lot of stuff like the engineer as it relates to you guys.
Okay.
I think if there's other issues that are,
Yeah.
it's kind
Okay.
of one of those things that
Okay, that's,
Eric helps a lot, but it's usually anything that's going to you guys.
okay,
So.
okay,
But like the recorder, the auditor, the treasurer,
okay,
the clerk of courts, those are all our exclusive county clients.
okay,
In addition to, the Board of Elections,
okay, great, thank
Sheriff's
you.
Office, Genoa Township. So our final goal, looking back from last year, remains a goal this year, prevention and education for our community members. And we're trying to figure out how we can adapt during this pandemic and reach more people virtually that we can. We actually have held quite a number of events as I was looking back and preparing this and looked at the photographs that Nicole found. We have been continuing to reach our audiences in similar ways that we had before, but we're still figuring out the best way to do that during this time. So this is our organizational chart now. It hasn't changed from last year, except the name of the chief criminal prosecutor, I believe we now know, is Mark Sleeper, compared to last year. And I would point out here, I don't know if this has under our supervising attorney, Beth Mattoon, she's over here in our juvenile division. We're going to talk a lot about her in a minute, right here, because she's also our domestic violence prosecutor, and I think you guys had the opportunity to meet her when she presented the domestic violence awareness resolution for you guys in October. Because as I talked about earlier, being so data-driven and statistics-driven, Beth Mattoon is the evidence of why that's so important in criminal cases. So this is just, again, recapping, what we've done since coming into office late last year and how we've adapted. Just a couple things, we've eliminated the first assistant position. We've allowed 3 attorneys to move into the criminal courtrooms, which I think has greatly improved job satisfaction and the time and attention to cases. We've, again, made Beth Mattoon a supervising role so that she can continue to monitor the juvenile cases without having to have a felony assistant prosecutor assigned every time there's a serious case that comes through that court. We've redistributed the Division of Labor for grand jury. I'm actually preparing quite a few grand jury cases and presenting them to the grand jury, as well as some of the other prosecutors in the office who that's not their normal job duties. We continue to initiate the team building activities. We had an all-staff meeting virtually. We're going to have another one here in December. And the new organizational structure we have in place is working. And so I talked about Beth, and she is, does supervise the juvenile division, but she is also our domestic violence prosecutor. So all of the domestic violence felonies that come through our office go to her. And that's because she has the experience to deal with domestic violence victims and the experience necessary to prosecute these cases. And what I'm about to say is not a knock on what happened in years prior, but as I was city prosecutor, I would see lots of times cases that should be felony domestic violence coming through our court because they weren't being prosecuted. And that is something that's near and dear to my heart, that these domestic violence cases are treated as felonies when they are felonies. And Beth has really taken that mantra from me and gone, run with it. And the results she has gotten and the protection she's extended to victims is just invaluable. It's hard to put a number on, but I'm super proud of the efforts she's doing. Now, it just so happens during the pandemic, we have gotten a lot of domestic violence cases, more so than we thought when we first had her come on board as a DV prosecutor. When I reached out to her with my idea and I said, hey, you would primarily be doing 80% juvenile work, maybe 20% domestic violence cases, less than 20 a year. Oh, we've almost doubled that so far in the first 11 months. So she is working masterfully, dealing with all of the balls I've put in the air for her to juggle. But that, I think, is just another example of how drilling down to the statistics, and I do expect with her effort and keen eye to these domestic violence cases when they come in, that we are now going to be seeing a drastic increase in these cases that we have already. So I kind of am saying what pandemic in jest, because I'm so proud of my office and the continued service, especially our civil division being uninterrupted for our civil clients. Literally, Eric Pencow working with the health district, who's one of our civil clients, tirelessly, and for any time that they needed him, he continues to be there for them. Law enforcement, the same as we navigate these, mask police mandates, et cetera, all of that, helping them work through those issues. Also, continued communication with our townships during legislation, especially in March, letting them know what was going on in the House about open meetings. Can they hold a Zoom meeting? Luckily, that communication has changed so much for the better from the legislature. It's not necessarily a flip of a coin, here's what we're doing, but we're able to help them work through that and make sure that our townships can still fully function for their citizens. And then I think it's so cool, for lack of a better word, that Delaware County just had the biggest election in its history with voter turnout. And our Board of Elections was superb. They did an excellent, amazing job, and I'm so proud that our office gets, to help them and provide them that legal advice as our civil division, Mark Fowler and Vince Villio. And we also took on 2 new clients. I can't remember because COVID has robbed me of time. I don't remember if this all happened. I know the revolving loan fund, that client happened this year, but I couldn't remember if the finance authority happened last year or this year or not.
Yeah.
But
I think
we
it was
did.
last year.
Was it? Okay.
It was
So,
at the end,
all right.
yeah.
So we've taken on one new client, the revolving loan fund, although what they've needed hasn't been a lot, but we are doing that again at no cost to the revolving loan fund. We did just hold our virtual civil training, I think it was 2 weeks ago. It was the largest ever certified public records training held online that our office had hosted. More than 200 people from across the state tuned in to listen to the Attorney General's representative. We also had our records retention training. It was the first time that we held this particular piece, and more than 60 people from the state chimed in through Zoom as well. And that we were pleased to offer as free for our attendees. So turning now to the criminal stuff, again, I say, what pandemic? We have convicted 2 murderers this year. One after a jury trial, and he's spending the rest of his life in prison. The other one entered a plea to murder. And having 3 murders within the first 7 months being in office is just a little bit unheard of for Delaware County. So when I say we convicted 2 murderers this year in the middle of a pandemic, I'm just thrilled. Not thrilled about murder, but I'm just thrilled that we were capable to continue to provide that, especially as we listen to what's going on in counties surrounding us where they're not holding jury trials. They're not having court. Delaware County didn't shut down, and I'm glad that we didn't. We were still able to protect our citizens and offer the jobs and the things that they expect from us. So just to give you a little bit, to drill down into some of those statistics that I watch quite closely. Grand jury, if you recall, is the process of criminal cases, felonies coming into our office. Law enforcement can do that by filing a criminal charge or bringing us a case packet. In 2018, of the cases our office received, 636 were indicted formally, and in 2019, 827 were indicted. And I came last year and I said that I thought 2019 might be a little bit of a blip, and I think that is proving to be true, because when I came into office in April, there were more than close to 300 cases awaiting a decision on. Are we going to grand jury? Are we closing the case? So we got a lot of cases done last year that were part of a backlog. So that's why I think that number is a little bit higher, and especially if you look as of last week, there are 586 cases that have been indicted. We didn't even have grand jury every week, but we're right on course to meet our 2018 number. 240 cases, so add that to 586, were closed without prosecution, saying there was no felony offense here or there's not enough evidence to go forward. So we've already seen nearly 1,000 cases come through our office just this year. Now, if we look again with the domestic violence, and we consider this, case in part with our civil protection order, because we have that specialist in our office as well. This year, 120 cases and or civil protection orders. Just in October, we were already over 30 felony indictments. That's not even including this work that we do with victims through civil protection orders. So what I've been watching closely are our sexual assault indictments. I thought when I got here, I was amazed at the number of sexual assault cases that come through Delaware County. And 2018, you can see there were 24 sexual assault indictments. 2019, 33 sexual assault indictments. And in 2020, we are already over 20, and I can tell you I'm presenting at least 5 tomorrow to the grand jury again. So the number of sexual assault cases in Delaware County is skyrocketing. And when you consider how serious those are, obviously for adult victims, but we have so many sexual assault cases that involve child victims. And a sexual assault case is not something you can hand off to a brand new prosecutor. And quite frankly, I'm not comfortable handing it off to a prosecutor who's never done a sexual assault jury trial before, because they are obviously super important. The risks are very high, and it's very important we get it right, whatever that outcome may be at a jury trial. So keep those, the rising numbers of sexual assault indictments in mind. For our jury trials and our bench trials, we're right on course again during this pandemic. When we didn't have jury trials for 3 months, here we are. We're still meeting the same numbers we did every other year. 24 as of last week or yesterday, 20 of those jury trials, 4 of those are bench trials, meaning they just got tried to the judge. But of those trials this year, 50% of them are sex offenses. So when we talk about the sexual assault indictments, that number is increasing. That's important for 2 reasons, because that's what 50% of our trials are. So they're not just drug possessions, 50%, so 12 out of the 24 trials relate to sexual assault. 1 out of 6 or 16% are domestic violence trials. And so that is, I think, a huge number for such a particular area of crime, where you can't get to a domestic violence really unless you've had a prior conviction, unless they're pregnant, but we've had very few of those. So as I look at those statistics, what I see are, what I'm continuing to evaluate, I should say, is there a need for a specialized prosecutor and perhaps a special victims unit at some point down the road? We already have one component of that with Beth Mattoon, the domestic violence prosecutor. She deals with those domestic violence victims and those special victims with those types of cases. But is there a need for an additional experience or a role for someone who could come in and be a sexual assault prosecutor? And that's why I drill down to these numbers to see, well, years prior, there was a drug prosecutor, and that drug prosecutor did all of the drug offenses. Well, the law has changed in such that we don't need a drug prosecutor. 80% of our drug cases get treatment. We don't need a specialized, experienced prosecutor to walk in there and do treatment. That's why I don't ever foresee having another specific drug prosecutor. But when half of our jury trials are sex offenses, that says to me, maybe we need to consider whether or not someone with a longevity, experience prosecuting sexual assault trials, and a true passion for it could be a good addition to our office.
The
Whoops.
sexual assault indictments and then offenses, how many involve children?
I did not have the time to
Do you
break
know?
that down today, but I can let you know. I'd say
Okay.
it's close to half.
Close to half are children, gee.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with our trials this year, I can think of 2 off the top of my head that had children in them. But while that's only 2 cases, there were multiple child victims in each one.
Okay.
And so remember, these are just the ones that went to trial. We still have people who enter pleas to sexual assaults. We have people that, well, that's really the only other way. They enter a plea to a sexual assault too, which the jury trial numbers don't encompass that.
Okay, thank you.
I can look that up in.
Okay,
I
yeah,
actually have it on.
that 50% too, that's very high.
So again, going back to our prevention and education campaigns, we've really done a lot this year, despite the pandemic, and that helps that January and February we weren't shut down. And the domestic violence awareness campaign that we held during the month of October, I think that was one of the best actually we've had in a while, because we had stuff planned all of the time to raise awareness, and people are so focused on social media and everything they can find out virtually that it really worked out well. Whoops, and we're gonna go back again. Just a couple other things that we did. One thing that I was super proud of and excited for was, was going to the Olentangy Berkshire Middle School and sharing with them drug funds for their drug-free campaign that they did during Red Ribbon Week. As you know, like the Sheriff's Office, we too have a law enforcement trust fund, which is similar to the FOJ bank account, except that the proceeds of that are from drug cases. So the rules about how we can spend that are very strict, but one way we can do it is to help our kids with school programs for drug-free education. So that was pretty exciting to be able to do that for the first time. And then we're continuing to do our top cop recognitions, which as a prosecutor I think is extremely important right now as our law enforcement continues to come under scrutiny around the country. Just recognizing them for a job well done and for just being there when people need them at sometimes the worst moments of their life. And we're getting ready to recognize our last top cop next week. I won't spoil it though, although I think he probably already knows. So what are we doing now to help burden the revenue or lack of revenue this year with the county? Well, our victim services grant was cut by 37%. And so that obviously is a huge hole for us to fill, but we were able to do that by moving some money around within the budget. And that cut was nationwide. That's not just our office. So we continue to be so blessed in Delaware County to be able to provide the victim services that we do and having that 37% cut. But when I consider friends maybe in less affluent counties that aren't able to make up that money, it's sickening to think that some victims could go without the support of victim services. We also, like I put on the screen, is reallocated funding to make up for this cut, and we did so without coming to you and asking for additional money. We're returning approximately $155,000 this year to the general fund from our budget last year, and then some of our FOJ funds. We are keeping our request for potentially 2 attorney positions. That's what we requested in last year at this time, and we did not fill those positions. Part of that was because I thought we would have Matrix up and running and would be able to evaluate it, but obviously we held off on that for a little bit, and then monitoring the pandemic and seeing how things were going, I didn't see a need to fill it at the current moment. But I would like, and that's what we've requested for, is the ability to do that should the right person come along for the right position. And as I said earlier, we're still understaffed in comparison to past years. We didn't replace the first assistant, the major crimes prosecutor, the drug prosecutor, and 1 grand jury prosecutor. So we're still operating with less staff in comparable years. So what I foresee coming for 2021 through 2025, if you would have asked me at this point last year, wow, you're going to have to work from home for 2 months and hopefully still have jury trials and figure out how to navigate waters and, during COVID-19, I would have probably laughed you off. But I just am so proud of our staff and what we've been able to accomplish this year. I just can't wait for the future, because I know as we get through this odd times and people aren't having to worry about if their kid logged into school and showing up for a jury trial or getting to that Board of Elections meeting, is my kid, did they go to school today? Then, when we can take some of that pressure and, extraneous responsibilities away once this pandemic goes away, I'm just so excited to see what we can do. Again, continuing to monitor the impact of the case management software Matrix. How is this going to impact hiring or not replacing people when they retire? I do think that is a very realistic scenario. As some of our staff chooses to retire in the future, Matrix will probably enable us not to have to replace them. And then considering through 2021 and beyond, a special victims unit, and continuing to monitor those trial statistics that we talked about. The domestic violence prosecutor, if this trend continues, will be a full-time position, and we'll have to reallocate some of those job duties for her so that she can continue to devote the attention these cases need. And then also considering an adult victim sexual assault prosecutor, a child victim sexual assault prosecutor, as we contemplate a special victims unit. And I don't want to let the opportunity to seize an experienced and dedicated prosecutor from Franklin County if the opportunity presents itself. As you all know, there's going to be a huge transition in January in Franklin County. Franklin County has had a long-standing special victims unit with prosecutors who have devoted their career to sexual assault cases just like the ones we have talked about. I don't know what that transition is going to look like. Nobody from that unit has reached out to me, but if that person comes along and they're a good fit for our office and they're willing to come to Delaware County, I want to be able to have a realistic and honest conversation with my chief criminal assistant prosecutor about whether or not we could hire them. Obviously can't do that if I don't have it in my budget though. So that's what that last.
I wondered how with the turnover change with the Franklin County prosecutor, and that office has just an excellent reputation, and also there, I was going to say specialties. I mean, the concentration that they are able to place on various crimes is really, really important. I guess too, I speak to someone who's married to a former prosecutor, Franklin County prosecutor, and so I am familiar with that office, and then over the years too, followed it. So there may be some opportunities there for us to have some excellent prosecutors here.
And my staff does a terrific job with these cases already. We have 2 experienced prosecutors that do the heavy lifting with these sexual assault cases. And so saying that, in my future dream, I would like a special victims unit isn't a slight to the people in my office right now, because they are amazing with these cases. But they are dealing with these cases along with drug possessions, along with drunk driving, along with firearms, along with every other type of criminal case that comes through, theft. So they are working tirelessly to devote the time and energy to these sexual assault cases and every other case on their plate. And that's where the juggling comes in, and someone who is devoted to sexual assault cases only could better serve the office and the community. But sexual assault cases too are also the ones that have the highest burnout for prosecutors. And so I worry a lot with our 2 experienced prosecutors. The more they prosecute these sexual assault cases and that they are going into the courtroom 50% of the time on a sexual assault case, that one day they're going to get a better offer to go do something where they don't have to worry about the 8-year-old victim getting on the stand next week to talk about daddy raping her. So that's why, those are the other thoughts that come to my mind. And certainly it's not a slight to my staff for a request for additional funding for perhaps a assault prosecutor.
Those three are not in your budget, those are just possibilities that you may be asking for at a later date, is that correct?
No, so we asked for 2 attorney positions in our budget. I'm telling you what my vision is for those attorney positions if we were to fill them.
So two's in the budget, and those are three of the possibilities.
That those 2 could fill, yes. Well, we already have the domestic violence one, so she doesn't need to be accounted for. And I would not start off immediately hiring 2 sexual assault prosecutors. I'd want to see how it would go with just 1 first. But that's, that they are in the budget. I'm just kind of telling you where my vision is for those positions if we were to hire them. I'm not going to hire just another line attorney. I don't need those. I've got great staff that already do that. If I were to hire an attorney, it would be for a specialized position like this.
Okay, so I thought your budget included hiring 1 additional prosecutor. Is 1 just replacing, or the two are just replacing vacancies that you've had, correct? Or am I not understanding it correctly?
Yeah, so it's both. We have vacancies we haven't filled. We have more than 2 vacancies, but we're not requesting to fill all those positions because I don't think we need them right now. But we are requesting 2 attorney positions. We may not fill them, honestly, because it's going to take the right person and the right time to fill them. I just want to know that we have the budget capability to do it if the opportunity presents itself.
So last year, we had asked for 2 additional attorney positions because of the amount of attorney positions that we had eliminated. We were unsure of exactly where we would put those 2 attorney positions, but we knew there was a good chance that we would need them. Due to the pandemic and not getting an actual, I guess, idea of where we would be in a normal year after eliminating those positions, we did not fill them, and also at the request of the commissioners to not fill any vacant positions during the pandemic, we chose to not fill those in 2020. Looking ahead at the 2021, we do see that, again, we would like to have 2 attorney positions filled, and we have a better idea of what those positions would be that we needed filled, unlike we did last year.
Potentially. I'm not looking to put out a job posting anytime soon until, 1, I want to see what matrix, the impact matrix has on our staff. But then again, it would be for the sexual assault prosecutor, the reason we added, because we originally only requested 1, but then we added this one in after the election, because if the right person comes along, and that happens to be in February or March, I want to make sure that we can seize that opportunity. I think that's the end. Let me see. Yep.
Okay. Questions? Commissioner Merrill, Commissioner Lewis?
Excellent presentation. I have no specific questions now.
Yeah, I guess a comment I would make is, our revenue stream is compromised, and that's where most of your funding comes from.
Yep.
So we may need to work with you to try to figure out if there could be some timing adjustments made. Yeah, I know, it's like, whoa.
That's okay.
Like a camera flash going on. Yeah, so anyway, we don't know exactly what we're going to need in total, but that may be a consideration. Where you want to take your office certainly makes sense. The focus. So, Commissioner Merrill, if you have any other comments?
I think just to reinforce, I'm assuming there's a budget for the full year.
Yes.
The reality is you won't need them for the full year.
Right.
And there could be some, I'm going to call it wiggle room for lack of a better phrase. So if you look at it from the perspective of you might need 1 in 9 months, you might have 1 in 6, you always have the ability to come back and ask for a little difference. But more than likely, that would fit your criteria based on what I heard you say.
Yes.
So
Yep.
it helps Mike and Karen as they try to put this budget together if we can take that into consideration.
Yep. I think that's
Good.
completely accurate. Yeah.
All right. That's all we've got for now. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
I'm gonna
Nicole.
hang up on you now, Nicole.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you. Bye, Commissioners.
Bye.
Bye, Melissa.
All right, we
Oh,
good.
that's all right, that's all right.
So we're live?
You are live again.
Okay. We didn't take a recess, did we?
No,
So
No.
I don't have to reintroduce everybody. Okay. All right, we're back, and we have the county engineer's budget presentation for 2021, and since we're streaming and audio and as well as video, if you could introduce yourselves, that'd be great, and we'll turn it over to you.
All right, I'm Chris Boserman, County Engineer, and joined by Chief Deputy Engineer Rob Riley. Thank you for your time and attention today to our budget, and we'll make this as brief or as
Painless?
or as long as you want it to be. So,
That's right.
if I go not enough detail, please ask, and if I start getting too far into the weeds, you can pull me back out. Our total budget this year is about $7.7 million lower than our comparative budget last year. And if you look at the history of our budget, that variability is generally related to the size of our construction program. Not all construction projects are equal in terms of scope and cost from year to year, and so to hit a consistent number on construction projects is nearly impossible. If it does happen from year to year, it's pure coincidence and no skill on our part. So you'll see our budget decreased by, total budget decreased again by that $7.7 million figure. I want to just briefly review with you our major revenue streams that support our budget. The motor vehicle license tax will generate roughly about, we're seeing that as steady compared to last year. Could be a slight increase related to population increase in motor vehicle registrations, but also acknowledging that there was a pause in collection of motor vehicle registrations this year during the time when the pandemic shut everything down. They actually extended the deadline for renewing registrations during that period of time. So that this year's figure is probably, the actual figure is not a necessarily good comparison to what we'll see in the coming year. So that being relatively flat. Motor vehicle gas tax, we're showing to stay steady as well. And you think that gas tax revenues, again, we're down this year because of the number of miles driven, but there's an interesting trend right now that's projected to carry over into next year in terms of smaller passenger vehicles, gasoline-powered vehicles, but the diesel fuel sales are up significantly related to
Truck traffic?
And the amount of distribution efforts that are underway. People are purchasing and businesses are purchasing now through other means, and caused an increase in freight, which has caused an increase in diesel fuel revenue. And so those two have kind of balanced each other out. So
What about electric vehicles in that mix?
the
I know right now they're just a very, very small portion of the pool of vehicles.
I wish I could recite to you what the percentage of electric and hybrid vehicles are, but it's very insignificant in terms of the total picture. The most recent gasoline tax increase and transportation budget included a heightened motor vehicle registration fee for
But that was,
electric
was
and
that
hybrid vehicles.
delayed though? Was that delayed a little while?
I believe it was, along with the rest of that's paid at the time you register your vehicle, and so that was delayed along with those registrations.
Is that new or used?
You register your vehicle every year,
Whatever it
you
is.
bought a new or used, it's the same.
Right.
That fee doesn't necessarily fully capture what that vehicle would spend in fuel tax if they were buying gasoline or diesel fuel at the pump, but it is an effort to close the gap between that. So those revenues will show up in our motor vehicle registration category, not in our
Okay, that's right, they're paid at the annual.
collected with our registration.
Now, on that, the 2020 budget for the motor vehicle license tax was 6.7 million, and you're budgeting just under 6.5 this year. But it looks like the 6.7 is too high. Looks like we're not going to get there.
That's right.
So that's, and
That's because of that delay, and we think it's because of that delay in collection.
just pushing out the registrations.
So,
Okay.
so that is, I think Rob can chime in if he wants, but I think the 6.4 is a conservative estimate, and I don't think it'll be less than that, but it, like a lot of our revenue projections are fairly conservative. I think this one is as well.
Okay. Good.
So, one of the notable reductions is the reduction in our federal grants. Those vary, much like our program. Last few years, we've had a large grant that spanned 2 years on the South Old State project. We don't have a large federal aid project in next year's program. We have some other federal aid projects in out years, but based on the MORPC funding and the other sources that are available to us, it's really not reasonable for us to expect to have a large federal project every year. So when we do, that's a benefit, but it's not under the current funding sources federally as it should be expected. So that's it on the revenue side. Are there any other questions about? We have some other sources there, but I won't. I'll spare you the details on those unless you want to hear more. So on the expenditure side, we again 15 to 16% reduction in the total budget. We were 49 million plus last year. We're closer to 41.6 million dollars. The major differences of those in by category, the lion's share of that is in road construction, as I mentioned before. Those projects vary from year to year, and so we won't see as much investment in road construction activity in 2021. One of the other notable reductions is in the purchase of salt. With the mild winter we had last year, carrying over a good bit of salt from the year before, you recall people saying last year during that mild winter that, gosh, you guys are going to save a ton of money on salt. My answer was, no, we'll save money on salt next year because we were under contract. We had to purchase our allotted amount.
Right.
So we went into, at the end of last winter, we still had to take delivery on the significant amount of salt. And every salt storage facility we have is filled pretty much to the brim right now. So we didn't even go under contract to purchase salt for this coming winter. We didn't join in the cooperative purchasing because we have more than enough salt to get us through a serious winter. So you'll see a reduction. It's a little less than $1 million of salt purchase, not in the budget this year. But it'll be back next year. So we'll have a new salt storage capacity available at the Liberty facility that we'll need to fill up. Rob and I were talking about ODOT does a summer fill-up contract at times. So depending on how severe this winter is, how much salt we go through, we could join in the ODOT summer fill contract. But I probably would bring you a supplemental appropriation request if we decide to do that. So that's just foreshadowing if it's needed. We could fill the new facility at that time. So
I used salt last night, but is this earlier than typical, or?
We've actually had some late October ice storms where we've had to apply salt, and the fact to get through November without really responding to a storm is good.
Yeah.
Normally, we have one or two, not necessarily cumulative snows in November, but usually there's a nice one or two events where pavement ice is up and we're out salting in November. We didn't have that. You'll see an increase in a couple areas on the expense side, and those are related to planning work to line up future projects. So there's right-of-way and easement acquisition increase and land acquisition. There's also the appraisal services and negotiating services to help acquire that right away for future projects. So though our total budget is down, our activity to line up future years' projects continues, and that probably is a good segue into the sheet that Rob handed out to you. I wanted to show you about halfway down on that sheet under item 5420, road construction. These are the projects that we'll see under construction this year. So we'll continue with our Powell Road project that started this year, and a portion of which opened. Home Road from Perry to 23, Home and Sawville Parkway intersection, the Liberty Salisbury Drive intersection south of Powell and near the Franklin County line, and our Worthington Road project is a big project in our year along the Powell Road continues for that Worthington Africa intersection and the improvements to the hills north of there, and then the turn lane on Sawmill Parkway, south of Heights Road, that'll serve both the development and our new salt storage facility, and that's partially funded by development contribution. And then I wanted to point out two categories down, 5427 engineering services. This is a good snapshot of the projects we have out in front of us that we're working on planning for future years, that you'll see these projects populate the road construction category in coming years. So I won't read through all those in the interest of time, but that list is there if you'd like to see what kind of projects we have in the planning stages for future years.
The Bixby Parkway, is that the road between 36 and 521?
Yes, and it doesn't have to be called Bixby Parkway.
Yeah, but
We self-appointed that label just because of the Bixby campus.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it ties to that. It doesn't need to be.
yeah,
whatever.
works for me though.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, and that fits in then with the new building being, or the renovation and the sheriff's building being done in 22.
Yeah, and I think that that road will not be open when we're ready to populate or to move into that building.
Yeah.
But it'll be closer.
So soon after. Okay. Then you've got US 23 in Colbend turn lane?
Yes.
Is that out in front of the bank?
Yes, that would be the southbound, turning right on Nicole Bend.
Okay.
Not exactly sure why that wasn't included in the original.
I always wondered why it wasn't. That's my neighborhood, that's why I'm curious, because I've always thought that's very dangerous. There wasn't a turn lane there.
So there is some TIF revenue remaining from that Olentangy Crossing development, so we may be able to use that for the construction of that. We've gone ahead and shown the engineering in our motor and gas budget. That would also be reimbursable from the TIF if there is money available.
Okay.
I had a question regarding Worthington Road Phase 2. It says appropriation settlements. What's the next step then on Worthington Road?
So on the appropriation settlements, we have several properties we
Right.
unable to reach agreement on. We expect to settle those early next year.
Still have to do, what else needs to be done then on that? Are you?
Construction-wise?
Yes, I'm sorry, construction, yeah.
We've actually done very little so far. The utility relocation is underway right now, and so
Okay.
the majority of the work you're seeing out there is really the utility companies and their contractors relocating buried power lines and telecom lines. Next spring, you'll see that whole intersection kind of go crazy because we'll start the road work at that point.
Okay,
Probably in the April timeframe. Some of it depends on how quickly the utilities get moved. Some of it is weather dependent.
sure, okay,
We hope to complete about 2/3 of that project next year.
okay,
The remainder will be completed in 2022.
okay.
So
A
We'll
lot
be
of-
adding turn lanes and through lanes at the intersection, and north of the intersection where the hills create some, there are some.
Yes, there are,
A little
right.
roller coaster of up and down and some hidden drives, and
Uh-huh.
those will get that.
Gee, oh, okay, okay, yeah,
Eliminate the site distance obstruction.
okay, thank you.
The home road extension 4A and 4B, is that going from the end, east of 23 where it's ended now, over to Lewis Center?
Yes.
Let's start, 4A and 4B are the two parts of that extension, that final extension, if you will?
Yes, so we're calling 4A is the railroad overpass portion. 4B would be the intersection at Lewis Center Road, which we would expect that to actually be done first. So 4B will be done first, and that's largely due to the schedule of Evans Farm development. They have their commercial sections building out.
Right.
Jennings Sports Park, and so having that intersection and then that Pike Road connection to the north would be beneficial in the interim until we get the railroad
Okay.
separation done.
Okay. A lot of projects.
With the big roll at Old 3C and Tussock Street intersections, will those intersections just be improved and, obviously?
Yeah, so we are looking at both traffic signals and roundabouts for those two intersections. We
Okay.
have a consultant giving us a proposal right now, so I expect probably potentially in the next few weeks, maybe early next year, bringing you a contract for
Okay.
engineering. But yeah, both of those intersections, it makes sense to do this at one time.
Right, right,
Part of the engineering will be a study on which we think is, which the
okay,
consultant thinks, and we either agree or disagree.
okay, sure,
Whether it's a roundabout or a traffic signal.
okay, thank you.
That's all I got.
Any other questions about anything else on the budget?
Is that it? Usually we go into more detail. No, we do a really nice job of keeping in touch, and we're up to date on most of the stuff, so every once in a while, it's good to just,
I guess, have one kind of question. You showed us something, I don't know if it's last year in the budget or just during the year, about 3, 4, 5 years down the road that the cash becomes negative. How did the virus affect that? Did that push it further down the road, or is that going to still be roughly the same time frame, or?
It didn't help, obviously. That to the degree that your sales tax revenue from the county is affected, it's pretty much, ours would follow that same story. We have a 5-year plan. It rolls out to the next year with this budget year, and traditionally we've made a presentation to you in the first quarter of the year during a work session to show you all these projects in more detail, and we'd make that projection again, Gary, but
I just curious.
One of the things that, the last time we did that, I don't think we knew yet what the gas tax increase was going to mean to us, and we have a new $5 permissive license fee. That's reflected in these numbers and started collection last year, and so those will help. Obviously, that helps that situation.
Also, to partner on what you said, or to follow what you said, we were just finishing up a county financial plan, with Raftillus, and we're waiting until we get approved budget and then the year-end totals, and we're going to update that plan. 2020's been a really hard year to model, obviously,
Yeah.
financially. One of the things I know that we talked about is we feel like we have the general fund nailed down pretty good, but we wanted to, in looking at the large facility projects we have, with Bixby and other things, but I think one of the things we wanted to do was to kind of marry that with you guys have a great 5-year plan on your capital, but start to look at, on the general fund, you obviously have your sales tax portion, gas tax and stuff like that, but if there's some large projects, and I think think some of the TIFs are starting to produce pretty good as well. So to maybe model that a little bit. So we've got in our budget some additional services with Reptilis to make that connection. Like I said, your guys' 5-year plan is always really good. The only thing about it that's not good is, like Commissioner Merrill said, it shows in a couple of years there's no money.
I'd point out that.
I didn't say it that way, I said cash flow for a second.
You'll recall in that projection that we're drawing down a balance that we had built up over time in the motor and gas fund.
Right.
And this year, in addition to our operating costs that are totally funded out of motor and gas, so the highway department and the operation of the office and all that comes out of that, those motor and gas revenues, gas tax, motor vehicle registration. We're proposing to spend about $7.9 million out of that motor and gas fund in capital projects, in addition to the $22 million in sales tax revenue that will go to those. So the motor and gas fund won't continue to be able to contribute those kind of numbers over the long term toward the capital projects, just because we continue to spend more annually out of the motor and gas fund than we're taking in.
And that's where the occasional debt issuance
That's right.
replaces that deficit. And that's okay, because included in our projections are paying that debt service down, so, again, we just.
There's $2.2 million debt service
Yeah.
payment in this budget for the Sawmill Parkway.
Right.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But the fact that that was done is the reason we can contribute $7.9 million to capital improvements out of the motor and gas fund.
Yep.
It's money that we didn't spend on Sawmill Parkway out of the
And that's where, you know, what the long-term projections that Mike is working on come into play, because we've got to fund the Bixby campus, and we've got to develop a plan to help replace the shortfall that, you know, that the engineers' road projects create. But that's, again, that's okay. That's where the plan, the financial modeling helps us understand what we can do and when we need to do it, and that way we can structure the debt properly to make sure we're still AAA and that it's a service, debt service coverage that makes sense. So, yeah. Rob, you've been quiet today.
Quieter than normal. Probably the single biggest variable that we're just not able to predict accurately is how quickly that TIF revenue begins flowing in, and because so much of our 5-year plan in the out years, the 25, 26 timeframe, the size of that program could vary anywhere from a really basic construction program to a very large program, depending on how quickly some of those TIFs materialize. In particular, Slate Ridge, the home road extension. Our plan for that project actually was to issue TIF revenue bonds to help support that cost, largely because if we're able to successfully advance a loan, that will require a really significant cash outlay at the time we get construction.
That's what I was just going to ask about the exchanges.
Yeah, so it's very likely that, while there may be some TIF revenue bonds we could use towards that, there's a nexus between the interchange and something like Slate Ridge, but I would expect that there would need to be some either sales tax revenue bond or GEO bonds
I see.
or something like that. 'Cause we're talking, in excess of $20 million for the county's portion of that project. So that's probably the single biggest variable we're looking at, is while there is some variability from year to year, and this is a perfect example, we're down, $7 million from last year. We're talking huge variability when we start looking at those projects.
Wow,
Good. I don't know anything else.
thank you. No, it's really very helpful.
Very interesting, and we'll we'll need your 5-year and actually beyond projections, so as we finalize the plan for debt and cash flows in the coming next couple of years. That'd be a key part of it.
So your 5-year plan, like you showed us last year, that did not include any TIF revenue because you couldn't project it?
Well,
I think it did.
it did.
Okay.
It did.
Not big dollars.
Yeah, I have to double check what the assumptions we made were for, I know we anticipating having to finance, Onward Extension 4A, which is the overpass. That's gonna be somewhere in the $12 to $15 million ballpark, and so obviously if we can get the Slate Ridge to pay that makes sense.
Good. All right, thank you.
Just say thank you for your support of our office on our endeavors in recent years and over the years and in the coming years. So I can't say enough how much I appreciate you understanding how important transportation is to the citizens that we represent.
It is very important.
You're welcome.
You understand it, and
Yeah.
you put the money behind it to make it happen, and I really do appreciate that.
I mean, a growing county, not only growing a little bit.
And it's showing, I mean, we're getting things done. Again, it always takes longer than we want, but, you know, the home road was kind of the big thing this year, both 315 as well as the home road east of 23. And Hyatt's, you know, I mean, again, there's all sorts of things that are happening. So,
Also wanted to tell you, Mike gave Rob and I a preview of the courthouse renovation. You should be congratulated on that. That is an outstanding project and very, very, very well done. I'm excited
Yeah,
for you.
it is,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
It's really beautiful.
it will be very nice.
Gosh.
Yeah, we're moving in before Christmas,
Oh,
Which year?
2020.
yeah.
You know, bucket brigade, just to start handing stuff across the.
Yeah, right. That's what, yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so we're anxious to get in there.
Gee.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thanks.
Thank you so much.
That was quick. I think we got,
Mike told me I was supposed to get you back on schedule, so.
and you did.
Boy, you are, that's very impressive.
We'll recess until 2:30.
Oh, gosh.
You must be asking for something really good.
Yeah. All right, we will reconvene the December 1st, 2020 budget hearings for Delaware County Board of Commissioners. And this afternoon, at 2:30 anyway, our auditor and IT director are here to present and discuss their budgets. So I'll turn it over. If you could introduce yourselves for the people who are streaming.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Benton. Well, first of all, before I turn the budget hearing over to Steve Lewis, our IT director, I wanted to take this opportunity to publicly recognize the outstanding work that Steve and his data center team did in terms of providing IT support for the Board of Elections. As you know, we had a lot of work to do to get the cybersecurity in place. We met all of those objectives. In addition to that, Steve and his team set up a schedule, a backup schedule, so that basically the Board of Elections had 24/7 support for any data issues that would come in, either regarding either the mail-in ballots or any of the processing equipment. So I just, like I said, I wanted to take this opportunity to publicly thank Steve and all of the staff in the data center and recognize what an outstanding job they did. And I also would like to add that during that process, we also brought up 2 additional townships under our shared services agreement. We had to put Liberty Township and Genoa Township on hold because we needed to make election security a priority. And but during that period, then once everything was set up for the Board of Elections, we were able to bring up both of those townships so that they are now on the county's shared services network.
Oh, that's
So,
great.
Yeah.
just-
Great job, Steve. I know.
I applaud Steve.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Board of Elections went so smoothly. It was remarkable, and it was obviously a team effort, but IT played a huge part of that, so thanks for that. Steve, you going first? You doing that
Yeah, I'm
first?
sorry.
Okay.
So Steve Lewis, our IT director, he'll make the budget presentation. I think I remembered to introduce myself. I'm George Kaitza, the Delaware County Auditor, but if not, we have that for the records.
All right, very good, thank you.
Good afternoon, Steve Lewis, with the IT department. So in the 11th hour, I threw together just a one-page document that might help as I kind of walk through the budget. And I assume you want me to walk through it, or do you have some specific questions that you want to address?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know one of the topics that has come up in the past is the revenue from shared services. Are we recouping our full costs? How do we?
Yeah, I was going to ask that if you.
How do we establish that? And George and I have had many discussions on it, and I think with the services that we provide today out of the box, if you will, meaning that providing the day-to-day help desk support as far as password changes or a printer configuration or a reload of a PC or something of that nature, I think we're recovering our costs appropriately. I think that we will have to address it, and George and I have discussed this, and I think I brought it up with Mike. I know I have with the township administrators that we're now supporting, but as we move forward and they decide that they would like to go with something such as email archiving or on-base imaging, which I know that all the townships have shown an interest in that, I think at that point, we're going to have to look at a new cost structure that reflects the amount of storage that they would utilize based on those rollouts of those applications. So as it is today, I feel like we are recovering those costs. One thing that I could see in the future perhaps being something that may need to be addressed is as we get more spread out, as you know, we're in Genoa Township now, we're in Liberty, Developmental Disabilities, Orange. There is some travel involved. So, you know, what is the best way to tackle that? Is it a county vehicle? Is it just a reimbursement? Frankly, during the COVID times, it's been a little bit easier, believe it or not. The one thing that has been is because we do have some people that live down in the Genoa and the Orange area, so we've purposely assigned those duties to those people who live closer. Same with when we're covering the Board of Elections or some of the facilities here, the folks who live closer, it just made more sense. So I haven't had any issues with it, but I could see it being something we'd have to address in the future.
Now, they do buy their own hardware though, right?
They do.
They do pay for all their own hardware and,
They do. We'll assist them in getting quotes, and then we send the quotes to them, and then they handle the ordering, and that way we're not doing any billing back of that type of thing.
okay.
But they do take advantage of the volumes that we purchase, so it does help them from another cost savings that maybe sometimes could be overlooked.
Now, you've got Genoa and Liberty at 10,000 by year end. What would the annual?
Yeah, so.
What would they run annually?
So great question. So as we get on through that, developmental disabilities, obviously they have the iron share of the revenue so far year to date. The reason for a lot of that is what services are we providing? And the way our cost structure is as you know, we have virtual servers, and when we took, whether it be their virtual servers or their physical servers into our environment, when we adjusted them, that we had to look at, okay, each one of those services or servers are going to require support, such as antivirus, such as applying Windows patches, and just overall maintenance when things break on those servers. And just to give you an idea, I think we're up over 200 now, servers that we support. So developmental disabilities has about 18 servers the last time I looked.
Really?
Wow.
So we want to try and consolidate those and get that number down for them and us from a support perspective and a cost perspective on their end. So that's why theirs is so high. Orange Township, you can see they've been on all year, and I suspect that your Genoas and your Liberties are going to be similar to that. So Orange Township, we probably got another 4,000 yet to build this year, so they're going to be just under that 40,000 mark, likely somewhere in there. Genoa and Liberty, I suspect they'll be that way once things settle down. But again, back to the server issue, we just brought Genoa in effectively September 1, and so we haven't had time to look at the servers that they have. They have 8. And I know when we brought them in, we actually had to add servers because they've added some things that they want to do down there, such as some video conferencing and the new Genoa Police Department and those types of things. So Genoa may be a little bit higher than Liberty next year simply based on the server count. But again, we never know what projects these townships want to do either, right? So, and unfortunately, many of them will come to us and say, oh, well, we've got this money, for instance, this year, we've got CARES money that they need to get it done by the end of the year. So of course, then that becomes an urgent thing for us to address. So those are some of the challenges we work through, and we don't always know exactly what those are going to be in the following year. If that's an answer to your question or not, I'm not clear.
No, that gives me a feel for it. What were they spending before, they converted to our shared services platform, excluding hardware, because they're paying for that before and after?
Sure, and they would probably be in the better position to answer that because there's a lot of variables in there. What are they considering part of the IT arrangement that we do? Because we do the first entry-level support of their phone support system, but yet they still have a maintenance contract similar to what the county does with a vendor. So is there phone services involved in that? Is there T1 lines or old fiber lines that they still have connecting, as Liberty Township does, connecting their 2 fire departments, whether that be for redundancy or whether it just be a contract that they were locked into. So when you bundle all that together, it's a significant savings to them, but I can't give you a dollar amount today.
Well, that savings will be increased as they get rid of some of those redundancies, those old contracts as well.
I suspect they are.
I think the savings are probably at least 6 figures in it, 100 grand in the cases of some of these.
I would suspect so.
Plus, I have when you do your allocations, how do you determine that? Again, my goal is just to recover our cost for the benefit of the county taxpayers. Do you just take the average of the staff plus their benefits, or do John Doe goes down there, you, whatever his salary is plus, how do you determine that number?
Yeah, another good question. So we track all of that. And annually, we look at the compensation structure and the cost of healthcare and who's choosing what healthcare and workers' comp and all of those costs for the total cost of an employee. And that is exactly what they pay us for those hours that we do. So we're not profiting on it, but we're also not losing any on that
So you're
time.
basing on whatever employee provides the service to them at that point in time.
That's right.
It's basically billable hours, and then they get an invoice. For example, simple things like quick help desk support, if it's under 15 minutes, we don't charge anything. Anything that involves more time, there's an actual schedule for each staff member, and then it's based on billable hours. And then there's also a flat fee, I think, for servers.
Yeah, there's a flat fee for the servers, and then additionally, if I could elaborate on the 15 minutes or less, there is a $12 per user per month charge that we charge. So if you have 100 users, you're paying $1,200 a month for those types of calls, which are the most common types of calls that we get.
Question two, I know I've been asked by, it was Genoa, they wondered about, they would like to stream the meetings and do their meetings like we are. And do they go through you on that, if they want to do that?
Sometimes.
Okay. They were, I think they're interested in going through you, I know.
Yeah.
So,
And what we would like to do, and George and I have talked about this, is, for instance, just like the imaging, there's 100 different ways you can customize the on-base imaging platform that we have. So how do we want to set that up? How do we want to index things? What type of things do we want to image out of the box for the townships? So what I've suggested is we all get, the 3 administrators, myself and someone else from my staff, that we get together and we figure out what is the most common, and let's put one solution
Okay.
together. And that's
Good
ideally the
idea.
way it would work for the video streaming. So if we could all use what the commissioners are using, because that is what we're used to supporting.
Isn't that a reasonable request, that they do what we do?
I think it's a perfectly reasonable request, but sometimes you get different bodies that want a different
Something
solution because there might be a
if they're
better,
under contract
there
with
might be a
somebody.
bell or
that-
whistle, or who knows what could be driving that. But the challenge that we get into then is, okay, either we have to support it, or we have a problem because they're putting this outside our supported software on our network now. So it's kind of a slippery slope, and that's why
That's a
it would
great
be
idea.
ideal if they came to us so that we could keep it standard.
Okay, who should, because I talked to a trustee in Genoa. Who
Yeah, so
should-
it's in the contract that basically all
The
communication regarding special projects like that should go through the township administrator and
Great.
and then to myself.
Okay, that sounds,
And then
that
we can
sounds good.
coordinate.
I think Liberty would be interested
I would think.
in
Yeah.
it too.
All of them would be, I would think.
Yeah,
But yeah, we are not staffed to be a custom shop.
sure.
Where someone wants a custom solution, so we're basically going to propose an out-of-the-box solution that we
If
can
the-
support, and if there are any other bells or whistles that are needed, then that's outside the scope of our agreement.
That's where
Makes sense.
it's reasonable to suggest that they mirror what we do with here.
It would be ideal, or even if it was another simple one like Orange, I think we ended up implementing, I think they stream, or maybe they were streaming just the same way you guys were with YouTube prior to the way you're doing it today. But even if it was just one across the 3 townships, it would be a lot easier than
Yeah,
a different one
sure.
for each.
Uh-huh,
So,
okay. Thank you.
yeah. Any additional questions on the revenue for the shared services? If not, so I'm sure that one of the other maybe large questions in your mind could be the drastic increase in services and charges. And I've tried to address that in the rest of this page. And the middle of the page there, that was the 2020 budget total for services and charges was that 491 number. And some of the things, this is not a comprehensive list, but some of the things that make that up are the products that I've listed there. And if you want detailed numbers, I can certainly put that together, but again, I was just going to walk through some things, and George asked that I would put something on paper just so that we could go through it together. So in determining the 2021 budget, those costs aren't going away. In fact, they're likely going to go up. I was just informed a couple of weeks ago from SIDE that one solution, what is it now, Central Square?
Central Square, right, that's our accounting software.
Oh, okay.
They've already told us that we're going to see a 5% increase in costs next year. That's a very common thing in software and overall IT hardware maintenance. We never know what those numbers are going to be, but I didn't increase what products we certainly have today from the 2020 budget, simply because I think that there's some areas that we might be able to cut back on. Not a lot, but enough to offset that increase in those services and charges maintenance agreements. So when it comes to the 2021 increases, the biggest one there is the Palo Alto, which is our firewalls. So we have one here, and we have one down at Cologix, which is our disaster recovery center. They're very expensive devices, which is why the maintenance is so high. That is only 1 year of maintenance, but that's for 2 firewalls. And in addition to that, you'll see there's another Palos listed below that. Those are 4 virtual firewalls that were needed to be purchased for the Secretary of State directive. And so that's why it says BOE after it. Those are the ones that we installed November of last year. So there's that. And then the Pure Storage, which is new storage that we purchased at the end of last year, beginning of this year. I only budgeted $145,000 because I know Mike sent out the budget memo and he asked for a flat line, and I've done nothing close to that when it comes to services and charges, but unfortunately, much of it's out of my control. So there are other options. There's a 3-year and a 5-year. There's a little bit of savings to do more, so if that's something the board or whomever would like me to increase that budget, I certainly can. But I didn't. I tried to stay as close to the flat line as I could. And then we have some software that we purchased through the CARES funding to be able to promote remote working and video conferencing and that sort of thing. So you'll see Zoom, Dropbox for file sharing, HelloSign, which will provide for electronic signatures, and then Service Desk Pro, which is a product that we are using to remotely support people who are in remote locations and not on our network. And those all will renew next year, and of course, didn't have them budgeted for 2020. So that's what made up that difference in the increase in the services and charges line. And I believe everything else was flatline with very few exceptions.
Actually, you didn't do it, there's not a separate chart for IT, it's all in the audit, under the auditor? Is that correct?
Data center under the special revenue would be the same.
I can't hear you.
It's the second tab, there are special revenue funds.
Right. Commissioners,
It's a special revenue fund.
Oh, okay.
Commissioners, you transfer a budget amount over to the data center fund, I believe it's 203?
203-15101.
If you look at the second tab on that spreadsheet, data center, it's alphabetical.
Where does the revenue, maybe Karen, you know this, where's the revenue that from the shared services get reported?
It's in, it'll be in the,
It'll be in the data center?
yeah. Majority of the revenue is transfer from the general fund.
Okay. Questions?
No.
Gary? I don't have any other questions. George,
I,
do you want to talk about the auditor's office at all?
If you want, I could perhaps touch on the sales tax. I know it's kind of been a bumpy road, but it has really improved in the last couple of months. And as I mentioned in my last report that I sent out, that if our December estimate comes in where we have it, then we will make our original budget estimate of 66.3 million. So now we won't see what we saw last year, and last year we ended up being 3.7 million over our budget estimate. So I think we'll feel very fortunate, if we meet our budget estimate. And also for 2021, we were very conservative, so we actually reduced our revenue estimate for 2021 from 2020. We actually reduced it about 2.5 million, or about 3.9%. So we're hopeful that that's been, a conservative enough estimate. I know it's a bit of a difficult to project what's going to happen with any additional COVID relief coming out of Washington, or what those revenues might be. Obviously, we've had very strong performance in terms of auto sales. I suspect that will flatten out for 2021. But we did try to at least, recognize that by reducing our estimate for 2020.
What do you see for real estate appraisals in the next couple of years? Is that going to, businesses who maybe are doing 60% of what they've been doing are out of business? Or?
That is a concern, especially for the hospitality industry, because they've been really hard hit. I anticipate that we will see an increase in Board of Revision complaints against the value, and that they will use an income approach to value their properties based on, basically the income approach converts the income stream into a value for that property. And so I do anticipate seeing an increase in commercial filings. I think it's a little hard to predict, because some of those values are also tied to financing agreements, and there may be some limitations there in terms of, how much they're able to reduce their estimate of value as it relates to any loan agreements or loan documents that are outstanding. So in terms of on the residential side, we may see some increase, but basically those values reflect what's been going on in the residential real estate market here, and typically we try to be very conservative there as well in terms of doing our reappraisals, so that we're not over appraising any properties. Now, this cycle is what is called more of what I like to call a desk audit cycle, where we're basically looking at sales ratios for some 500 neighborhoods, and then adjusting the values based on those sales in those neighborhoods. So again, I anticipate we'll probably see, some residential filings, but not what we saw in 2009 and 10, when we were up around, close to 2,500 filings. So, but yeah, the commercial sector, I think, that's still struggling. The values there remain flat based on the guidance that we received from the Department of Taxation, so we did not do any upward adjustments in terms of commercial values or industrial values for that matter. So, and countywide, we came in at about 12% for the residential increase. Although we did have some pockets, particularly where some of the medium-priced homes were substantially undervalued based on sales prices. And so I think we had some pockets where the values increased around 30%. So those were some big increases. Again, the important thing to remember with that is that that does not translate into a 30% tax increase, because the reduction factor works to adjust any increases in appraised values to offset any windfall to the political jurisdictions.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I may be wrong, but let's say the commercial side, you have to bring the appraised value down. You've got to make that up, don't you, to get to the...
Well,
the residential and commercial kept separate.
Yeah, they would, right, they would, exactly right. They're in a separate class, and yes, but since we kept the values flat, the reduction factor, well, let me answer it this way. The reduction factor will be minimal on the commercial side relative to the reduction factor that we'll see on the residential side. So you're absolutely correct, Commissioner Merrill.
Yeah, I think we've added maybe a couple percent in terms of the number of housing units.
I'm sorry?
I think we've added roughly 2%.
Yeah.
Number of housing units. So we'll get
I'm trying to remember.
a little more.
We usually get about 200 to 250 million in taxable value for new construction for residential. That does add revenue to the various jurisdictions.
That's treated in a separate bucket then.
Right, exactly. And the other thing that on all unvoted levies, like inside millage, that does generate some additional revenue for all of the jurisdictions, including the county. So we will see roughly a 12% bump in all inside millage.
But short of disputes, the commercial's flat.
Right, yes, yeah. We established, we held the 2020 values at their 2017 level.
Mike, you had a question or
I
comment?
was just going to say more back on the data center stuff. I think that, this year's been a really busy year, obviously for you guys, particularly with COVID and remote stuff. I think if things settle down in 2021, it might be good to look at a strategic plan that's focused on technology and IT. Because these are big dollar amounts, and, as our system grows and security enhances, it's going to be an area of big investment for the county moving forward. So I think it would be good to work on something like that. I know it's going to be expensive, the outcomes, but I think it's definitely something that's...
Yeah, and I would like to say that we've always appreciated the support that we've received from you as the Board of Commissioners for making those investments in particularly cybersecurity and protecting the county's network. We've always really appreciated that support.
And what our data center does is even more important now than ever in the virtual and then the cybersecurity. Just a question, George, to you, and you send us this excellent monthly summaries of the sales tax distribution. Yes. And it sounds as though, you mentioned this was your November 25th email to us that 2020 year-to-date receipts through November, and November represents the August receipts, are 7.8 million ahead of the revised budget of 58.7 million, and that was revised downward from our original estimate of 66.3 million.
Yes.
So therefore, are you, I don't know whether to use the word pleased, but that we're catching up?
Yes, I would say that I'm really very happy with how our sales tax
Good.
has performed. Because you can see in the adjusted figures, we went down from the 66.3 million to 58 based on what we were seeing back in April and May.
Mm-hmm.
But then the revenue really started to improve. So we, like I said, we expect to end the year. If, and again, the, I'm trying to remember my,
You should have a pretty good idea of December.
November, the December estimate is the same as 2019. So, so that was how we did the adjustment.
Okay.
So for October, November, and December, they were 2019 figures.
Okay.
And so I think we will hit that number, and that will bring us within the 66.3 million.
That's,
Yeah, I remember back in March and April, we didn't know how deep this was going to go.
We were looking at
We were down
50%.
10, 20, and 40% in those 3 months. And, we just,
Yeah, it was a scary time.
yes.
but then starting in June, it really rebounded quickly and even exceeded the deficit.
Yeah.
A lot of that was on the auto side.
A lot of it was auto, yeah.
I think the auto, if you noticed last month, the auto was a little light.
Right.
There's no inventory. We were looking for a new car, and there was like one vehicle that was a 2020, and they don't have the 2021s yet, which I thought most 2021s would be out in like, what, July or something? So, I think the inventory is pretty light on a lot of dealerships.
Yep.
I think that's a good point.
That's what the dealers will tell you, they can't get the cars.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Good news too on the sales tax and.
I agree.
Yeah. I had to hear you say it, then it always makes me feel better, even though I read it. Yeah, and it comes from you. I like to get it on the record. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, no other questions, comments? All right, thank you, Steve, great year. That was a tough year. Boy, you guys did a great job. George, thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Yep, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back on? All right. Next up for budget presentations for 2021 are the Job and Family Services. We are on audio and video, so if you want to introduce everybody for the record.
Okay.
Start
Good
with
afternoon,
that.
Commissioners. I am Bob Anderson, the Director of Job and Family Services, and with me, Stephen Sikora, our Fiscal Officer. Jen Wattenshade, who's our Business Administrator, who's on the presentation, is actually on maternity leave right now, so she is not joining us. So, and I'm going to kind of just hit the highlights. I can't say there's anything overwhelming in our budget as far as the general fund asks and those kind of things. There we go. So the first one, we met not too long ago about some new proposed positions. This is kind of the updated org chart, which will show if we're fully staffed, 68 staff members, including myself and Family and Children First Council. We did include the staff attorney, the IT or information specialist position, and the Ohio Star coordinator that we had discussed a couple of weeks ago. So we kind of reduced our TO. We took out any position that we did not budget for or asked to budget for, and we do not intend to fill in 2021. If you look at, there are 6 vacant positions. Currently, 5 of those are posted. The only one that is not posted is the social service worker 2. We did have someone leave a couple months ago, and we're going to request to have that filled. Hopefully, in the next couple of weeks, I'll fill out the requisition to have that posted as well. The next slide. This is something we've kind of provided on a quarterly basis to the board. You will see our total. This is expenditures versus funding or revenue, however you want to refer to that. You'll see the top line is all of our funds. Showing the expenses of just over 8 million, revenue at 8.2. As you work down through that, each of our different funds, it looks like the Public Assistance Fund is actually expending additional, but after this was prepared, we did do our internal transfers, our shared services, so we are actually above that now. With what we did, we're about 4.8 million of revenue versus the 4.7 expenditures. The other ones we're bringing in more than we're expending at this point, with the exception of workforce, and that's just on a reimbursement. So we have to ask for those that funding to come back into us. The reason the Family and Children First Council shows such a large difference primarily is the multi-system youth funding that we receive. Not only did we transfer some of our state money into that fund that has not been expended and will not be unless we absolutely need it, we received money through the Office of Medicaid as well in chunks. Then we expend that over about a 2 to 3 month period for residential housing. What it does is prevents parents from relinquishing custody. So the revenues go up and then we gradually spend through it. This is just one of the bigger ticket items for us. You'll see the comparisons of where we stand, what was budgeted, what we're projecting to actually expend for 2020. And then the last column is just if all 68 positions, including the 3 new positions, are all filled for an entire 12 months, what we're projecting for salary and benefits in that last column. And then this slide is just showing, we always like to show how much we're bringing in from different sources. Of course, federal is our largest source. This is only through October of 2020. 45% or 3.7 million is federal. Then it goes to the state funding of 2.4. Our internal reimbursements, which are really additional state or federal dollars, and those are the shared expenses I come over quarterly, that we reimburse those kind of things at 14%. Local is 10%, and miscellaneous, which could be anything, court orders for child support for someone who we've taken children into foster care, or fraud payments that they're paying back, that's that 77.
So the local will be from the general fund?
Yes.
The internal reimbursements, again, Bob, are what now?
And I'll make sure I'm saying that right, but a lot of those are, I guess, from other funds that are paying us back, but then also, I'm assuming some of those are our like shared service or shared costs and those kind of things?
Yeah, so the main portion is when we do our salary gets paid out of just one fund. But Children's Services and the Workforce Fund pays them back. So that's what the
Okay.
reimbursement is. We're really reimbursing what we call the Public Assistance Fund.
Okay.
Because we're spending it all out of there, but we reimburse it back to make sure that they have the money
okay.
that we spent out.
Okay,
So that's
thank you.
the big
Is
chunk.
that mostly federal and state grant funding, or is there 10% of that is local?
The majority of it will be the state and federal. When we put the local money into our Children's Services Fund, I guess basically we spend all the state or federal dollars we can to get those reimbursements, and then that starts going into local funding. So as we project out for the year, some of those percentages, like our federal share will go up to actually 47%. The local share will go to about 13% because, again, after this one was done, we did transfer additional funding from the general fund over.
I always find funding, and we went through this before, it is the most convoluted. You can probably answer this because you've worked in other counties. The county's contribution, how does it relate to other counties? More or less or about the same?
It really depends on the formulas, and I could not explain the state formulas, but it's usually, as far as like a mandated share and those kind of operating formulas are based on demographics, unemployment, poverty rates, those kind of things. So it depends. There's some counties that are probably smaller that receive more just because of demographics. And then as far as the like Children's Services, they did change that a year ago. That they actually increased the state contribution, but as part of that, they came out with the MOE, so the maintenance of effort, that they're telling counties how much they have to put in those. So the state kind of calculates that one as well. So
We're contributing roughly 10%. Is 10% average, below average, above average?
I honestly don't know. I don't know where other counties are falling in percentage-wise.
Maybe asking that question a different way, is that what the federal and state leaders expect the counties to contribute, 10%?
Again, it's a very convoluted formula.
So there isn't any guidance from the state or federal agencies that say, in general, the county should be bearing 10% of the burden?
The only one, the mandated share, they do have a formula and they tell counties what they have to contribute. And now with Children's Services, with the MOE, it used to be in Children's Services, here's your funding, and anything you spend above that for placement costs is responsibility of the local jurisdiction. So there are counties, I always reference Highland County because it's a small county of probably 45,000. They have over 100 children in foster care. And a few years ago, their commissioners were refusing to fund it because it was basically, they were going to have to cut across the general fund to transfer money in. And that's kind of what generated some of the differences in the state funding for that. So there wasn't an expectation other than this is your responsibility. They have now kind of put it into, for Children's Services, we will give you, they almost doubled what they give us for placement and operating, but by doing that, they're also telling counties what they have to contribute. And they did that just on an average of past years of contribution.
Good.
This here is just some of our performance. Very, very happy, very proud that as we go from year to year, we're seeing an improvement. That last column, of course, the bar going across the top at 95% is where the state and feds expect us to be. And we have actually gotten all of our timeliness for OAF, timeliness for SNAP, and our payment accuracy is all above that line now. So even in kind of this very awkward year of working remotely, COVID and those kind of things, we have seen our numbers go up, and our public assistance staff is doing a great job meeting performance measures that the states and federal look at. What this one is, this is just a comparison of Collaborate. Unfortunately, we spoke probably in the spring, and we are still working with the state to change our shared services group. Again, the COVID thing kind of slowed us down on that. We were ready to join Group 8, and they made some changes which I'm not sure benefits us a lot. So I am working with Allen County right now to possibly form our own group, which will allow both of our counties to have more local control. So we're just working through our association and ODJFS to see what we can do there. All of those counties except Warren is in Collaborate. We put Warren in just in the past. They're a county kind of similar to Delaware, and you can see that their percentages are well below what we're doing in the other counties that are on there. This is just to show our monthly averages of SNAP or food assistance. You'll see that in 2020, there has been an increase of not quite 500 on a monthly basis of recipients, and we're paying out $962,000 in food stamps per month.
Is that household or the members in the household?
Those are just recipients, so it's cross, it could be single or household or adult.
So if you had 2 kids and 2 adults, that'd be 4?
Yes. Yeah. So, and a lot of that, again, was because of changes in the spring with the pandemic. People who were being laid off or unemployed, they were coming to us and they were qualifying because of it.
Has it improved
It has.
in the fall, I would think?
Yeah. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of decline. Well, there's in a couple slides, we'll see even like our PRC program and those, that you'll see the spikes in that. But yeah, as people are being called back to work or finding employment, then we're seeing our numbers go back down. The same thing with the Medicaid monthly averages. Now, this is only through June because the numbers are always back, but you'll see how it spiked from 14,000 recipients of an average in 19 up to 17,000 in 20, and going from 11,000 or 11 million monthly all the way up to 12 million. So an extra $1 million per month on average, same reasons. The people that were not employed did not have insurance. So our workforce division, I think we're still doing a really nice job on that. The OMJ Center closed in the spring. We did reopen it in July on by appointment only. So our visits are down probably 1,000 than in past years, but that's just because of being closed in the appointments. We are considering looking at, or we are going to close it again with our COVID numbers going back up and just serve people over the phone, through the internet, those kind of things. We were helping with interview processes and assisting in securing jobs. Again, that has kind of slowed down when we closed. We are doing a nice job, our staff, with the on-the-job trainings. We have one active business. I've signed quite a few OJTs for that business. We have another business that's approved and one completing applications. And that's a program that we basically reimburse wages to the employer as they are training people on the job. So it's not really an apprenticeship, but we reimburse wages for up to 6 months at a certain dollar amount to get people employed and learn the job so they can.
What happens on the 6 months and 1 week? Do they stay there or they tend to leave?
I don't know. Our goal is that by then they're trained, they're making good money, they're used to working, and they're staying. I have not seen any.
I'm more concerned about the company having a free ride for 6 months. Do they let them go?
No, the company will retain them, and we have some incentives through other programming for the employee to stay as well. Our goal is that they're going to retain people and be full-time employees well beyond. I'll have to ask the question, though. I don't know what their retention rate is once they get through the OJT process.
Be good to know, so you know where they're working or not.
Our CCMEP, which is our youth, 14 to 24-year-olds, we have 48 active cases, and that's kind of just job preparation and training. And then our adult dislocated, 60 active cases as well. And that's the same thing, just training, supportive services, and job searches and employment to keep people in the workforce. And this is the PRC. So this is our prevention retention contingency plan that we have to benefit. Each county has this plan if they choose. Basically, it's TANF funding, so federal funding that you can write your own plan. As you can see, the blue is what we did in 19, and the green is in 20. And what you'll see is the spike as people were unemployed and qualifying for PRC services, kind of starting April and coming back down then after July. A lot of help with rent, food assistance, special stipends, and those kind of things. The state actually provided additional TANF money to all the counties so they could put it in their PRC plan and assist people. Just kind of a note, in 2019 through October, we had expended $16,500, and in 20, it's $97,500. And most of that's just in that piece. We see a lot of supportive services, utility, and rent assistance through this program. And then we're into our child protection services, foster care. So you'll see, and you know, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but you know, since the spring and the pandemic, we've received actually fewer calls or referrals in foster care or child abuse cases. Some of that we attribute because children were no longer in school, and we get a lot of referrals that way from the schools and teachers. We accepted less, 270, but we actually took in over the year more children, 70, and just because of situations and the kind of referrals we're getting. And then we have 34 kinship placements, 4 adoptions, and a couple more adoptions in the works. I don't know if it'll get done before the end of the year, but we have a couple more, and we actually have a couple more placements that were just made. So we'll see more adoptions coming after the first of the year. And then this, the big one on this is comparing the kind of the first chart, placement costs. We are up in our placement costs a little bit, probably back to the 2018 due to the additional kids in care and the type of placements. We're kind of on a trend to see about a $220,000 increase over last year in placement costs. The chart that says days, we're still doing a really nice job with keeping children local and using our local foster homes. You'll see additional days there. I asked Stephen earlier, and I think our cost is about $17.50 per day to $22 a day for local homes compared to some of the residentials that can well exceed $300 to $400 a day, and the networks that can be anywhere probably from $50 to $150 per day. But we're just, it's been a tough year, not only because of the type of referrals we're getting, but actually removing or getting kids back reunified with family. Visitations have been suspended. Services, you know, there's a lot of health and those kind of things. So it's just a little bit, it's just harder for us to get kids back home as quickly as we were doing in the past. And this just kind of shows the breakdown. So about 50% of our social services or children's services goes towards operating and then 51% for placement. And then adult protective services, you'll see we're up just a little bit there, and we're up 10 cases from last year, and we've accepted 6 more cases than we did last year. A year ago, they expanded the mandated reporters, so we get a lot of the banks and different financial institutions who are reporting if they feel that someone's being taken advantage of, and we have to investigate those. So what's that mean for the county and our ask to the county general fund? So in 2020, for our public assistance, that's our mandated share operating. We are not asking for an increase there. It's the $466,471, and my understanding is that amount's kind of held pretty steady for a number of years. And then in protective services, in 20 we received $750,000. and it's going up by 175,000 to 925. And that's the MOE, the maintenance of effort that the state sets when they change the funding process. We kind of projected out next year, there might be about $100,000, $120,000 increase, and then we'll level out after that. It'll actually kind of go up maybe 20, and then we'll start seeing that maintenance of effort come back down. So we'll be requesting less money in the next year or two.
That assumes the same rules.
Yeah, yeah. It assumes that the governor is in office and the legislator supports the programming and the funding.
I mean, that's a big increase, percentage and dollars. Is the state going to step in, do you think, and help with that?
The state, well, last year they doubled what they were contributing, so we went from about 550,000 that they gave us to over $1 million. And by doing that, that's where they came up. And what they did is they just averaged the number of years, 4 years of what the counties contributed. That was their formula. And the 1 year, the commissioners granted a higher dollar amount to get our cash in that fund back up, so that's playing in. So that raised the maintenance of effort, and once that falls off, then it'll come back down. So, and the reason the state did that is they were a little worried that counties would not contribute to the fund. They were making an investment, and they wanted to ensure that counties were going to continue investing as well. And I believe that was passed by the legislature and everybody going forward with that.
State's always trying to take care of us, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
And then as you look at our funds and ORCIs, probably the things that stand out most will be the salary and benefit lines, because we did show an increase and we are adding those 3 positions. And it's based on fully staffed. And then in our Family Children First Fund, you're going to see, and I forget which line it was, but there's about a $500,000 difference there. And what that is those are those placement costs that Medicaid's paying. So it's really a great program, because what the multi-system's doing through Family and Children is, as opposed to us taking children into care and placing them into a residential or a local home or something in between, parents remain the custodian. So our children's services are not involved as far as taking custody. So we're not paying that out of our children's service fund. So we're not using the local dollars. I think this year we offset about, out of the money they gave us, about 81,000 went to that. We're anticipating about 110,000 to offset this coming year. And then the rest of that we put into Family and Children, and that will just basically say we're not even taking the children into care, we're going to work over here. Rachel, who's our director over FCFC, has done a really nice job filling out the paperwork, bringing in the money. And it really, what it's doing is it's keeping children with their families or into a placement so they get back quicker. And on the financial side, it's just, we're not expending $1 million. So, and that is really all I had. Mike told me I could keep it quick, so. So, what's that?
Bob, and maybe this will touch on when I stepped out, but the amount of efficiency you guys have achieved by getting reimbursement is outstanding. I want to say that snapshotting 3 or 4 years ago, we were 20% local funds, and to see that we're at 10 or 12, if you look at that, they're fantastic. And the amount of additional work, I mean, to see us hit all those metrics at that high percentage, given the amount of volume, under the previous group, we probably would have been the 88%.
Yeah, we were way down.
So, once again, not to pump up your
oh, go ahead.
Keep going.
Keep going, yeah.
No, once again, the amount, the way you guys have attacked and getting the reimbursement, and ultimately, you're getting more assistance out there, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and I give credit. I mean, Jennifer stepped in and Stephen stepped in, and they're working with we had a consultant that's kind of mentoring, and someone that had about 30 years of experience, and they're working with him, kind of learning the RMS system and how to finance, and yeah, they're doing a great job working with our staff to get people to focus on certain things and not just work off old habits. And then the rest of our program staff, they've just been doing a tremendous job, and we haven't had turnover. So people are learning the
great,
rules.
great.
And, you know, it just makes it so much easier to hit performance when you have people with experience and not always training.
And I'm on the FCFC board, and what you've done to turn that around now with Rachel, and wow. I mean, it was a very tough position to fill,
yes.
and people cycling in and out, and you, yeah. But now that's been taken care of, and then the extra monies that are there now. It's really good.
Yeah, the multi-system, and I hope that continues. I think the state's done a really nice job finding a way to use that Medicaid dollars to benefit and really save the local dollars while working with the families. And Rachel's done a tremendous job working with these families. One thing that I may be back for, I know the FCFC Council is looking at the possibility of another hire that would work under Rachel, because we're getting so many more cases in FCFC, and it's one person who's trying to work with all these families and kind of guide them through. And,
right.
She can't do her coordinator work because she's really being a caseworker at this point.
Sure.
That will not be an additional ask of county funds. Those are funds that we're receiving, the multi-system and the FCFC funds and the community partners.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen, too.
Yeah.
The numbers.
Questions, Gary, any other? Okay. We'll let you guys go.
All right, thank you.
Off the hot seat. But
Yeah.
Stephen, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Bob.
30 minutes, if that was, anybody
That's
taking
very
time?
good.
Yeah, it was right at 30
Very
minutes.
impressive.
We're going to unmute, so clean it up. Okay, so we are back live. It is, again, the continuation of the budget hearings. It's December 1st, and our last session of the day is the Public Defender Commission. And you've taken on a big assignment. Melissa, you can hear us okay? Okay, good. We appreciate both of you participating today, and we'll turn it over to you. I know you're just early in this process and putting things together, but we're anxious to hear what you've accomplished and what your plans are so far for next year. So we'll turn it over to you. Also, if you could identify yourselves just for, because the public may be watching and streaming, so if you could identify yourselves just for the record.
Okay. I'm Don Hunter. I'm a resident of Delaware County, and I'm a member of the Public Defenders Commission. And I'm assisting Melissa, and I'll let you introduce yourself, Melissa, today.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, there we go.
You want me to go ahead and start going through this?
No, I think I'm going to make a couple comments, but first,
We're just doing introductions just so anybody who's streaming can know who's on the presentation today.
I'm Melissa Knopf. I'm a commissioner on the Public Defender Commissioner, and I serve as vice chair.
Okay, great. Turn it over to you.
I'm going to just share with you what our approach is today. We have a slide presentation that gives you assumptions and specifics. We would like to walk through that fairly quickly. That's number one. Number two, we view this as a dialogue where we're going to obtain feedback and guidance from you all. And then I think number three, we'll share with you maybe at the end where we stand in the process of advertising and hiring a public defender and give that some context. So Melissa, I was just going to do a brief introduction and then have you pick it up from here. Really, I'll just take the first slide, and then this is just kind of a brief overview of where we've been and where we're heading. Are we on the budgets? And I apologize. We had a PowerPoint. Okay. Well then, what we'll do is this. Melissa, since I've got the PowerPoint printout here, I'll just do, okay.
Yeah, we can make that.
And then, you want me to just pause while we're waiting for those, Mike? I think
He has a copy, you can photocopy for him.
We can just photocopy and.
Sure.
Okay. I tell you what, we'll just do, to make things simple, we'll just do the 3 slides that I have.
She went to, I guess,
Oh.
Mike must have
Okay, great.
sent her back with a,
Mike printed them all.
yeah, an email.
Well, if this is our biggest technical glitch of the day, it'll be good.
Yeah.
I consider it a success.
Yeah, yeah.
So how many meetings has the commission actually had thus far?
We've had 2 meetings. Maybe what I'll do is I'll take this time to give you an overview where we are in the
Yeah,
process.
that'd be great,
While we're
yeah.
waiting for that.
Right.
So we've had our initial meeting, and then we had one follow-up meeting, if I'm remembering correctly. Jump in here, Melissa. And then we have meetings, our 3rd meeting is scheduled for this, a week from today.
Okay.
Tuesday. Now, what we've accomplished to date really is simply just first and foremost, getting oriented as members to what the commission does and your overall process as how the board works under the umbrella of the commissioners. So orientation would be one thing that we've been able to accomplish. Then what we've done is we've advertised for a public defender, the leader of the group. We've got a number of good responses back. Carlos Crawford is leading that effort. He's the chairperson of the commission. He's involved directly with HR here in that advertising. We have, he sent out an email yesterday that had a series of resumes,
okay.
responses. From my layperson's view, and from Carlos's comments, there's some very good candidates, so we're excited about that.
Oh, good.
Our goal is to put a leader in place on or about the 1st of February. We felt it would be pretty tough to do it early January, given the time in the calendar and the holiday season. So if we wanted to get through the initial process before year end, and then be in a position by end of January to bring on and have had a decision on a leader.
Okay.
And so we've had a lot of good dialogue. So just to summarize, we've, I think, done a real good job. I've been pleasantly surprised at how cohesive but good different opinions in the group itself. Then secondly, the number one priority really has been to bring on, engage in the process to get a leader. And the number two priority is then to work through this budget process.
Oh, great.
When did you post the public defender position?
I don't know.
Dawn knows that. Dawn worked on that.
No, I can't tell you exactly. It's been posted for probably 3 weeks.
Oh, okay, so good bit of time.
It's posted until filled.
Okay, okay.
Dawn worked on the actual posting.
Okay.
I mean, put it together.
Melissa, can you hear us?
Yeah,
I can hear you now.
Ah, there we go.
There we go.
We're good.
So when will interviews start for the?
Yeah, what do you think? The interview process?
I don't think that's, we're meeting, when we meet on Tuesday, I think that's going to be the discussion. I think most of the process about interviewing will be logistics. Who's going to be where, when, and how we engage in it. Yeah, so, but really, if I would, again, I'd boil it down to those two critical matters. Making sure we understood our charge, and orientation and process, and then budget, kind of organizational, money matters, and then leadership.
The posting is still live now, so.
Well, it's going to be live until filled, so it could be live.
I know. I checked with Dawn. She's not sure yet. She's checking.
So Melissa, if you have anything else,
How long it's been posting?
are we?
When does the post end?
It will not end until.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, it does not end until they find their person.
Let's say they need to add.
Until they find the candidate that they select.
Yep.
Yeah.
Melissa, any other comments to add at this point?
No, just that, we have some good candidates for the public defender position. I'll apologize if I'm repeating anything that Dawn said, because you guys keep cutting in and out, even though I can see you. But I think that once we get the public defender on board, and we're hoping to do that by February 1st, we'll have someone to really work a lot more closely with on the budget. I do apologize, I worked with Sue Hannon from the current office to put these materials together, and I evidently combined two separate budgets. So the amount that we're actually requesting isn't is that much higher than what your proposed budget was. I had your proposed budget in 1.1 million almost, and it actually was 1.6 million, basically. So as an investigator and some computer software equipment, we were just asking for an additional $138,688. So those are the only difference from what Mike proposed, and Mike can probably explain a little better the budget numbers and how they got a little jumbled as we tried to put them together for you. But I did just want to point that piece out, that your proposed budget for the office wasn't 1.1 million, it was 1.6 million roughly.
Okay.
What we have in front of us
I think that's it.
is what that is correct.
Yeah.
We have the correct numbers in front of us.
Yep. Here comes Jennifer with our copies.
Melissa, I think we have the correct numbers in front of us.
Can you hear us now?
I don't think she's,
Yeah, I think you can hear microphones, I probably can hear you better. I think maybe that's why I just get a lot of echo, but I didn't hear if you asked me a question. I didn't hear what the question was.
Oh, the question was, can you hear us? Okay. So, yeah. Okay. We do have the 1,638,000 number in our latest budget book.
Yeah.
So
In,
we're up to date.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
that's in the budget book.
Yeah.
We have it.
They have that, if you look at the last slide, there's a 1.1 number, which is incorrect.
I see. Okay.
Okay. So maybe, Melissa, just coordinate and here with you. What I'll do is, why don't I, since I have in front of me the same pieces of paper that the commissioners do, maybe I'll just take no more than 5 minutes, walk you through the highlights, and then I think we can save the numbers to last and get your reactions, your feedback from that.
Sure.
Okay?
That's a good idea.
So, and I'm not, Melissa, I'm just jumping in here, sensing that you don't have the same sheets of paper in front of you. So, as you can tell, I'll slip to the second slide. I don't want to spend 5 minutes on the title slide unless you want me to. But in all seriousness here, this second slide really just is a recap of things you know. I simply would say this is where we've been and where we're headed. The key takeaways is really the model concept. There's two models at either end of the spectrum, one being the model you've been operating under, and I may not use the right term, but that is to bring on outside counsel in a systematic way. That's one bookend. The other bookend would be to staff up to handle peak demand and having all of the public defenders, the attorneys, be employees of the county. And so the direction that we were given and everyone is on board with is to do a combination of the two, a hybrid, so that you can flex up if you need to with outside resources. So that's really the takeaway from this slide. Everything flows from that concept. Then, Melissa, please jump in because I feel like I'm not getting any verbal cues from you if you want to jump in, so I'll take any interruption you want to throw my way. Then this slide that says 2021 staffing, obviously this is the people side of the equation. Where we are today is there's a staff assistant and one administrative, a generalist. The budget assumptions here on where you go would be we hire a public defender by the 1st of February and have them on board. Then there would be 4 assistant public defenders under that umbrella with 1 investigator and the 2 staff. So that's the basic.
I have a question. Current assignment, staffing, the 1 and 1, will those roll over into the 2021 staffing, or is those 7 plus those 2? Do you follow me?
I do. I think what the question would be, if you go under the 2021 staffing where it says 2 administrative staff.
Are those the 2 listed above, I guess what I'm asking?
I believe they are. Let me confirm that with Melissa. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, okay.
just curious.
So, and I'm looking at you, Melissa, to see, you can't see me, I can see you. So then, really, this is the next slide that says budget highlights. And Melissa, I think maybe, why don't we just jump right in here where there's an investigator salary here. Would you like to speak to the rationale and the purpose of having an investigator?
Yeah, so I think we envisioned 2 administrative staff, just to answer the previous question. Under the 2021 staffing projections would be the current staff. I've been talking to them quite a bit, and Carlos has. Once we get the public defender hired, obviously we're going to have to help us determine what, skill sets that the folks need. But I think the 2 administrative staff we have probably can maintain their roles and actually broaden their roles, because I think they have some skill sets that are beyond kind of currently what they're doing. So I just want to say that. And then the investigator under the staffing projections is the only new staff that we're proposing that we saw was a deficit from what proposal that Delaware County received from the state public defender's office when you were first exploring creating a public defender's office. They had budgeted $47,000 for this investigator position, which is a regular position in public defender's offices. It's not anything extra, it's just basic staff that they need. We use the salary that the state public defender proposed to you for that position. Based on the qualifications and who we hire for the public defender, that may be higher. I mean, not higher, it may be lower than that. So 47 would be the cap on that. And then the other really big highlights are just what we saw the deficit in the budget that was proposed previously. There's some allocations that we need for computer software systems. I think originally we thought that we would be able to utilize the prosecutor's case management system, but after we explored that further, that's not possible. I work a lot with courts and probation, and usually when we're looking at case management systems, and we did discuss this, Carlos and I talked about what his office case management system costs. We think we can probably get a case management system for about $100,000. I think maybe a lot of the costs from the prosecutor would be data conversion, which data conversion is usually really expensive, and it increases the cost of the system. So we don't expect that any system that we'd be looking at would be in the same range of cost as theirs. The other thing that was missing from the proposed budget that we received was a small amount for the attorneys to be able to do legal research. We just don't think there'll be a lot of that, especially as we're looking at how the attorneys will be taking cases that are staff attorneys. We look at them taking the lower level cases and still using outside court-appointed counsel for the higher level cases, which means that they won't have as much research and the cases won't be quite as complicated. Then the analysis software piece is just basic Microsoft Word and Adobe, just basic word processing systems that the office and staff will need. And then the $10,000 for membership subscription dues, that's just so that the staff in the office, that's probably on the high end, but we wanted to make sure that all of our staff, that are employees, are part of the professional associations that correspond with their positions. And that's very important for legal education, especially for the attorneys. And it's also important so that we can stay up on the cutting edge issues that officers are facing and the solutions that are well known through different associations. So those are the only differences that we have compared to what was, these were the things that we thought were deficits in the proposed budget that the office will need to run. And we were really expecting when the public defender is hired that they're going to help us shore up our budget so it's a lot more firm. I think our challenge is, until we have that position, it's a little harder for us to kind of get real detailed on what these budget issues are. I will say that we've been getting in resumes and we actually have some really solid candidates, so we are looking forward to doing interviews and getting this person hired as soon as we're able to do that.
Are these people tend to be local, let's say within Delaware County and contiguous, or are they from further out?
Are you speaking to the,
You cut out in there.
I'm just curious, do these
Yes.
candidates tend to be from Delaware County and contiguous counties, or are they geographically further away? I'm just curious.
it's both,
Both?
yes.
Is Delaware County, I don't know, Ron, can you answer that?
Yeah, I took a look at I just did a quick look today at the resumes. There's 5 or 7. I didn't focus on them very long, but there was at least one person locally, and then who seemed a strong candidate, and another strong candidate on the surface that was not local.
Okay.
But they tend to be all Ohio.
So just to provide just a little bit more description, the 1.6 budget was what Karen and I put together as a draft for the public defenders. It was based on the memo. It has the 4 assistant prosecuting attorney or public defenders starting April 1st.
Okay.
1 assigned to each of the courts, like we talked about. The public defender would be on board starting January 1. The 2 existing clerical The investigator is something that was on that list. We didn't include that because it hadn't been in the dialogue. And then the case management system, we didn't include anything on that. So that's kind of why so what's in your budget book is a 1.6, and then this is what they modified.
Okay.
So these are additions to the 1.6. I have a question, you probably don't know the answer, maybe you do. Are these software expenses, for example, are those reimbursable from the state on the same percentages that and you may not know the answer to that.
I think I do, but I don't know. From my understanding is that we can get reimbursed for direct costs. We cannot get reimbursed for indirect costs.
So I consider that a direct cost.
Oh, yeah.
I think the case management system is probably an indirect overhead cost. And,
Really?
Oh, maybe not, I don't know.
Yeah, well.
Just curious, it's not really relevant to the budget meeting today, but
I think that's something that we would need there should be a question maybe asked about that. I just look at that as, to me, indirect costs, and Don, you have a lot of business, background as well. I look at that as support, what you need to do to get these people up and running. I think computer systems are I don't know that we can get those paid for. I don't know about the legal research. That to me seems like a direct cost of doing the job. Because you got the cases and you're getting.
I'm not talking about the computers, I was talking about the case management system, et cetera. Those to me would seem to be direct costs, but
Yeah, we could try to figure that out.
I just want to make sure we make the request, so it can either be approved or disapproved.
And we actually, I talked to the software manufacturer that's doing the prosecutors to see if we could add them in, but they can't.
Oh, okay. I wondered that, too.
Yeah, we tried to
Sure.
see if we could.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds very reasonable, and thank you, because the investigator, I mean, that's the great thing about you and Carlos working together on this, as far as with Carlos's practice and then his knowledge of the system, of what a public defender should be, needs to do, and thank you.
What salary did you plug in for the assistant defenders, public defenders?
We had used, from what the state's proposal was that we received, we had one senior person at 75,000 and three beginning people at 60. Those will obviously need to be evaluated and stuff
Sure.
like that.
I was just curious.
What was the public defender?
And then what was the public defender?
It was 100,000.
100.
Yeah, I don't know, it might be helpful if, we're going to have a hybrid year next year. We're going to have pretty much the current system for the first part of the year. So we have some idea for the purpose of the budget, merging these costs with the other costs we're going to have to see really where we are in total for 2021. That makes...
And that's what the number is. If you
That's not that number, is it?
Yeah, it's that number plus what.
Plus this to get us
said,
there?
Some of the additions. But if you look at that, we have $1 million in services and charges, which a majority of that is outside counsel, okay? So you can see, though, the blue is what was in 2020, and we had budgeted 1.3 million in services and charges. So there's a $300,000 reduction in services and charges from that, and that's projecting that some of the cases. The other variable too is if you look at the column in between the two colored ones, where year to date through like November, we were at 1 million. Cases are probably down during COVID. Is that a fair assumption, Melissa? Yeah, she's nodding her head.
She's
So-
nodding.
Yeah, it is.
So it's very possible that if cases continue down next year, that $1 million is, but most of that $1 million gets reimbursed through at the 70% threshold.
And Mike, we also have another dynamic here, and it's timing. But if you look at the salaries, those are all budgeted as if you had the employee on board January 1, okay? So
True.
some of the dynamic that we've been speaking with, so this budget is really somewhat squishy, for lack of a, it's not it's a pretty sophisticated financial term, I know. But let me be specific about it. We had the discussion, until we get into the market for the right leader, we don't know that the salary assumption we have here is correct. So we didn't do a lot of due diligence on that. We said, okay, well, if you load in numbers that assume January 1, we've got some built-in cushion here to go up or go down, to pick up savings, or if we have some issues. So in a very real sense, this budget is fluid, and it's hard to pin down because of the timing issues. If we got everything else perfect, we'll have the timing wrong.
Yeah, well, we knew that going in.
Yeah.
Sure,
We knew
sure.
that creating the commission, getting the commission members on board, and then, was in a very compressed time frame, so the numbers had to be pretty much guesses. There's some science to them, but.
Yeah. One of the things, the key things we think about this budget, and Melissa touched on it, did a nice job touching on it, is we've talked as a group that we think that we're going to definitely hand this budget to the short list of candidates and say, dissect it for us. Really, tell us how this works for you based upon your experience. What is the good, the bad, and the ugly about the budget? That way, we're going to be in a position where we can utilize it as a tool to evaluate the candidates as to their skill sets, their leadership ability, and gain their insight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good.
makes sense.
Yeah. That's great. I think you've done a very good job and.
Very short time frame.
Exactly. It's fluid and that's the way it has to be right now because we're going to a new system which is going to be a lot better than the system we've been operating under.
The only other thing I would like to say is Melissa's done the lion's share of the work here, working back and forth with Carlos, and she's dug into all the assumptions, and so I want to thank her for that and compliment her on it.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa.
She's smiling, she heard
She's
that.
smiling, yeah.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Well, I just want to say too that as we, gradually get these attorneys on board, Don's right, that this is like the high end of the projection. And as far as the case management system goes, I think that's really where we're going to be able to tell you all next year when we come to the budget hearing how much we saved, because attorneys won't be doing continuances like they've been doing, which is racking up money and charging. I think there's a lot of cost savings in having these people as staff, especially if having these four attorneys that are operating in the court, not continuing cases, being there to actually handle the low-level cases, to dispose of the case and get it off the docket. So I do think once we get these folks on board, and we, like I said, our goal is to focus on the lower-level cases with our staff attorneys, and the higher felony 1, felony 2, more complicated cases, are what we envision that we would use the hybrid system still for the court appointed, because there will be more difficult cases, and obviously you'll need more experience. So that also will allow us to hire newer attorneys who maybe don't have that much experience, whose salaries won't be that high. So there's a lot of flexibility that goes into all this. We just want to let you know that we're very cognizant that this is public money, and that this is kind of the high end of what we see. Our hope is that we would come in under this just because of the natural way of hiring folks and setting the office up and all that.
Commissioner,
The case management system is not a yearly cost. Once you buy it, it's usually a subscription cost. So the first out-of-pocket expense on that will be higher, but after that, it should just be a subscription that's pretty low level.
Yeah, Mike?
Yeah, Commissioners, I know that we're trying through this process to bring things down a little bit and not go the other direction. I might suggest on this, I fully agree. I think Melissa and Don have done an excellent job jumping in. I might suggest that we consider the case management software until they get people on board and get proposals to look at, maybe have them come back to you guys and present that. I just think that that's one thing that is out there, and it'll be good to get the attorneys on board, and probably wouldn't be implemented, but, you know, prosecutor's office just finally got, you know, a good case management system. I'm not trying to put the public defender's office in a position that they won't succeed. I just think that that's a big lift, and until they get maybe some proposals and stuff like that. I don't know. I just a suggestion.
And Mike, can I, Melissa and I discussed that concept, and I think given I don't think there's a problem with it. I think it sets a good tone for justifying expenses, and given the fact that we have, you know, some flexibility with timing of expenses, you know, we may be able to pick that up in other areas without, you know, so if the idea is to approve the budget minus that amount, less that amount, I think there's still plenty of flexibility to work within it, and I don't think it would be a problem.
Yeah, for example, if the services and charges on outside counsel, if the numbers stay low because of COVID, there might be enough in the budget to do a transfer or something like that.
Sure.
Well,
Sounds good.
I applaud the work that's been done, and Melissa, I think you said it very well. During the interview process, and obviously we're on the same page, the productivity increases that we think we can get are going to offset some of the costs, but we don't know that today, and I think we all want to be flexible. The only reason I mentioned the software costs, we should at least ask for reimbursement and not assume that they're not going to reimburse. That was my point. I applaud the work that's been done to date by the two of you and the three that aren't here.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah. Tell Carlos we appreciate it too, and the other two members.
Yep.
And getting together January, February, when appropriate, I think is a great idea.
Yeah.
And we know more than we know now.
Since
Right.
this is so new, you'll know a lot more.
Right, yes.
Hopefully we'll be next door so they have an office.
That's right.
That's right, hopefully, yeah.
And COVID will be behind us.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So,
right, yeah.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Mike, any? Okay. All right, Melissa, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Done a lot,
Melissa.
accomplished a lot in a short time frame. Don, thank you for coming in and
Thank you.
all your work
Thank you
too.
so much.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, we're making good
Yeah.
progress.
Thank you,
Yes.
guys.
Don, thank you so much.
Well, it was interesting too, because we talked about you being on Zoom too, but we thought in case we had technical difficulties, let's have one person in person. And that worked out.
So we get Don, yeah.
It worked better.
Yeah, Don, thank you.
You either have to have one person, or you have to have the person operating the technology.
Oh, yeah.
Be no older than 32 years of age.
Oh, yes.
We're now in recess until tomorrow morning.
Okay, that's a good idea.